from Davit Global Life Sciences with an affordable prices. Thank you. And also we wish you all the best for MASTACON 2020.
कमी झाले तर आम्ही आधी खूप करायचो. ओके. आता आम्ही ते सेंटर चालू केल्यापासून
Welcome all. We'll be first showing you a small video of our sponsor, that is Dr. Reddy. Okay. Welcome all to the post-lunch session of our MASTACON 2020. I'm Dr. Nihar Burte. I'm a consultant psychiatrist in Solapur. Before going to the next lecture, I would like to welcome our chairpersons, Dr. Virupaksa Joshi sir and Dr. Nitin Bhoge. The first session is on marriages in medicos. We have an eminent speaker, Dr. Nandu Mulmule. He is a senior psychiatrist practicing in Nanded since last 40 years. He is an excellent orator. He has many popular weekly articles which are published in Lokmat and Lok Satta. He has authored many books in multiple languages. He has given many lectures and a lot of speeches in various topics in both national and international forums. He has acted in many one-act plays. His play called as Manachya Gunti has completed more than 500 shows. So, sir actually was not able to give a live lecture. So we have asked him to give a recorded video. So here it goes.
नमस्कार मित्रांनो, मी डॉक्टर नंदू मुलमुले. मॅरेजेस इन मेडिकोज व्हेन अँड होम हा माझा आजचा टॉपिक आहे. पण माझा टॉपिक सुरू करण्याच्या पूर्वी मी सोलापूर IMAच्या ऑर्गनायझर्सचा अतिशय आभारी आहे की त्यांनी मला या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये एक फॅकल्टी म्हणून निमंत्रित केलेलं आहे. सोलापूर हे सांस्कृतिकदृष्ट्या अतिशय विलोभनीय असं शहर आहे. सोलापूरबद्दल माझ्या मनात अनेक चांगल्या आठवणी दाखवून येतात. गेली 15 वर्ष मी अनेकदा सोलापूरला उपस्थिती लावलेली आहे. कार्यक्रमानिमित्त लायन्स क्लब असो, रोटरी क्लब असो, सोलापूर शहरामध्ये असंख्य व्याख्यानमाला चालतात आणि अर्थात IMA सोलापूर यांनी अनेकदा मला कार्यक्रमासाठी निमंत्रित केलेलं आहे. सांस्कृतिकदृष्ट्या सोलापूर प्रगत आहे कारण सांगीतिक प्रगती तिथली फार डोळ्यात भरण्यासारखी आहे. इंडियन रेकॉर्ड कलेक्टर्स असोसिएशन ही सोलापूरची अतिशय सक्षम शाखा आहे. मोहन सोहनी आणि जयंत रायरासकर हे दिग्गज रसिक ती शाखा चालवतात आणि त्यांचे जुन्या हिंदी चित्रपटावरचे असंख्य कार्यक्रम सोलापूर आकाशवाणीवरनं मी ऐकलेले आहेत. या व्यतिरिक्त IMA सोलापूर यांचा स्वतःचा वाद्यवृंद आहे याची मला पूर्ण जाणीव आहे. अशा प्रकारे सोलापूरची मध्यवर्ती लायब्ररी वाचनालय हे इतकं विस्तृत आणि इतकं छान वाचनालय आहे. असंख्य दुर्मिळ पुस्तकं तिथे असतात. सोलापूर शहरात केव्हाही मी व्हिजिट केली तर मी नेहमी त्या लायब्ररीत एक चक्कर टाकून येतो. सोलापूरच्या 2 गोष्टी फार प्रसिद्ध आहेत, सोलापुरी चादर आणि सोलापुरी शेंगपोळी. पहिल्यांदा मी हा शब्द ऐकला आणि त्याची चवही घेतली, ती खूप छान आहे. आणि सोलापुरी चादर मला नेहमीच एका शेरची आठवण करून देते. तमाशा मैं बन जाऊं ये डर नहीं, मेरी चादर मेरे पैरों से छोटी नहीं है, बहुत ऊंची है बस्ती लेकिन कोई मेरे कद के बराबर नहीं है. सोलापूर हे शहर मेट्रो सिटी नसेल परंतु मेट्रो सिटीपेक्षा जास्त सांस्कृतिकदृष्ट्या प्रगत आहे याची जाणीव हा शहर मला करून देतो नेहमी. आणि अर्थात अनेकदा सोलापूरला येऊन गेल्यामुळे एक संबंध प्रस्थापित झाले आहे. विषय ऑर्गनायझर्सनी एक फार मोठं काम केलेलं आहे MASTACON 2020 आणि ती ऑनलाईन आभासी व्हर्च्युअल कॉन्फरन्स घेत आहेत ही फार मोठी कौतुकाची बाब आहे. मित्र, असं म्हणतात की नेसेसिटी इज द मदर ऑफ इन्व्हेन्शन. मी त्याला ॲड करतो इट इज अ फादर ऑफ टेक्नॉलॉजी. कारण आम्ही या एजमध्ये टेक्नो सॅव्ही कधी होऊ की नाही असं वाटत असताना कोरोनामुळे कोविड-19मुळे आम्हाला अतिशय वेगाने टेक्नो सॅव्ही बनायला लावणारा हा काळ आहे. आणि ऑनलाईन आभासी व्हर्च्युअल कॉन्फरन्सेस हा आता एक परवलीचा शब्द झाला आहे. बघा, अनेक गोष्टी आम्ही ज्या पोस्टपोन करत होतो टेक्नॉलॉजिकल ॲडव्हान्समेंटमध्ये त्या काही महिन्यांमध्ये आम्ही शिकू शकलो ह्या काळाच्या प्रेशरमुळे. आणि माझं तरी असं मत आहे की कॉन्फरन्सेस जर व्हाव्या तर व्हर्च्युअलच व्हाव्या. याचं कारण असं की कॉन्फरन्सच्या अनेक सुंदर आठवणी माझ्या मनात आहेत. एक वर्षापूर्वी मी लखनौला एका कॉन्फरन्सला जाऊन आलो. 2000चा तिथे हॉल, आणि त्या हॉलमध्ये इनॉग्रल फंक्शनला मोजून 25 लोक उपस्थित. एखादं अकॅडमिक लेक्चर चालू असताना इतकी केविलवाणी परिस्थिती दिसायची की 2 ते 3 लोक समोर, 2 लोक वरती स्टेजवरती, आणि असलेले उपस्थित ते सुद्धा खाली मान घालून मोबाईल ब्राउज करणारे, काही जण तिथे बसल्या बसल्या डुलक्या घेणारे, तर काही जण सर्वांना तुडवत चहाच्या स्टॉलकडे नेणारे. आतल्या हॉलची ही परिस्थिती, बाहेर जाऊन पाहावं तर पिशव्याच्या स्टॉलवर लंब्याच्या लंब्या रांगा लागलेल्या. पण इतके डॉक्टर इतक्या पिशव्या घेऊन जातात कुठे आणि या पिशव्यांचं करतात काय? हा मला कायम मनात राहणार. या डॉक्टरांच्या कॉन्फरन्स नंतर घरावर धाडी पाडल्या तर पिशवीचे डोंगर दिसून येतील. असो, मी त्या रांगेत लागलेला, मी पिशव्या गोळा केलेल्या नाकारण्यात काही अर्थ नाही आहे. परंतु हा सगळा प्रकार पाहिल्याच्या नंतर असं वाटतं की व्हर्च्युअल कॉन्फरन्स इज द आन्सर. ज्याची इच्छा आहे तो लिंकवर जातो आणि कॉन्फरन्समधला जो काही लेक्चर आवडीचं असेल ते ऐकतो. आपण आपल्या घरी बसलेलो असतो. लोक असं म्हणतात की कॉन्फरन्सच्या निमित्ताने वी गेट टू व्हिजिट व्हेरियस प्लेसेस अँड वी कॅन टूर. तर टूर आणि अकॅडमिक कॉन्फरन्स या दोन गोष्टी वेगळ्या ठेवा ना. डोंट मिक्स अकॅडमिक विथ टुरिझम अँड ऑल दोज थिंग्स. त्याच्यामुळे व्हर्च्युअल कॉन्फरन्स इज द कॉल ऑफ द डे. ही व्हर्च्युअल कॉन्फरन्स होते, याबद्दल मला अतिशय आनंद आहे. आपल्या टॉपिककडे वळताना पहिली गोष्ट अशी लक्षात येते की मॅरेजेस इन मेडिकोज व्हेन हुम, याचा पहिला भाग आहे मॅरेजेस. आणि मॅरेज ॲज अन इन्स्टिट्यूशन याच्यावर जर बोलायचं झालं तर सरळ सरळ या इन्स्टिट्यूशनचे आणि याच्या परंपरेचे दोन भाग पडतात, ईस्टर्न आणि वेस्टर्न, पौरात्य आणि पाश्चिमात्य. पाश्चिमात्य देशांमध्ये मॅरेज ॲज अन इन्स्टिट्यूशन ही 11व्या शतकात अस्तित्वात आली आणि डिक्रेटम ग्रेशियम नावाचा एक पहिला ग्रंथ निर्माण झाला. त्याच्यात मॅरेजेसचे बायलॉज निर्माण झाले. त्याच्यानंतर 16व्या शतकामध्ये मॅरेज हे एक ॲक्ट आहे आणि त्याला लिगलायझेशन आणि स्टेट इन्व्हॉल्वमेंट दिली पाहिजे हा विषय आला. 18व्या शतकात प्रॉपरली कंडक्ट व्हायला लागले. आपल्या देशामध्ये मात्र भारतीय विवाह संस्थेचा इतिहास अतिशय प्राचीन आहे. इतिहासाचार्य वि. का. राजवाडेंचं पुस्तकच आहे भारतीय विवाह संस्थेचा इतिहास. त्याच्यामध्ये अनेक प्रकारचे विवाह वर्णिलेले आहेत. त्याच्यामध्ये अनुलोम विवाह, प्रतिलोम विवाह, राक्षस विवाह, आता आजूबाजूला नजर पाडली तर आजही त्यातले काही विवाह होताना तुम्हाला दिसतील, आणि गांधर्व विवाह. मित्रो, आपली संस्कृती इतकी प्राचीन असूनही चिरतरुण आहे की आज ज्याला आपण लिव्हिंग इन रिलेशनशिप म्हणतो त्याला गांधर्व विवाह म्हणजे मनाने एकमेकांना वरणं आणि एकत्रित राहणं हा प्रकार त्यावेळेस ज्या भारत देशात आम्ही राहतो, हे जे नाव भरतवर्ष, हे नाव ज्या भरतापासून आलं, चक्रवर्ती सम्राट भरत, हा भरत होता राजा दुष्यंत आणि शकुंतला यांचा पुत्र, आणि दुष्यंत आणि शकुंतला यांचा गांधर्व विवाह झाला होता, म्हणजे त्या काळची एका अर्थाने लिव्हिंग इन रिलेशनशिप. तर अशा प्रकारे विवाह संस्था भारतामध्ये प्रगत होत आली आहे. 19व्या शतकाच्या शेवटी आणि 20व्या शतकाच्या प्रारंभाला याला एक लीगल सँक्शन द्यावं लागलं. याचं कारण नंतर आर्थिक प्रश्न निर्माण व्हायला लागले. म्हणून मॅरेज ॲज अन इन्स्टिट्यूशन याचा हा अगदी संक्षिप्त इतिहास मी मांडलेला आहे. आपल्या मुख्य टॉपिककडे आपण वळूया. सर्वसाधारण लोकांमधले लग्न आणि मेडिकोजमधले लग्न याच्यात काय फरक आहे हो? तसं पाहिलं तर लग्नात तसं काही फरक नाही, कारण लग्नाच्या 3 पायऱ्या सगळ्यांनाच त्याच्यातून जावं लागतं. विवाहपूर्व पहिली पायरी, विवाह ही दुसरी पायरी, आणि विवाहोत्तर ही तिसरी पायरी. पहिली पायरी विवाहपूर्व म्हणजे मनुष्य पौगंडावस्थेत आल्यापासून त्याला एका कंपॅनियनशिपची, सहजीवनाची गरज भासू लागते, आणि ती असो किंवा तो असो, त्या दृष्टीने आपल्या भावी काय म्हणता येईल त्याला पार्टनरकडे त्या दृष्टीने बघायला लागतात. ही विवाहपूर्व अवस्था. याच्याबद्दल पाश्चात्य आणि भारतीय कसा फरक आहे तो थोडक्यात सांगतो. मधला भाग जो आहे तो विवाहाचा भाग, हा एक विवाहाचा विस्तीर्ण पट. मग कधी कधी ॲब्रप्टली बंद होऊ शकतो किंवा तो चालतो मग अगदी कायमचा. आणि भारतीय तत्वज्ञानाप्रमाणे, भारतीय संस्कृतीप्रमाणे तर 7 जन्माचं बुकिंग होऊन जातं त्याचं. विवाहोत्तर म्हणजे समजा एखाद्याचा मृत्यू आधी झाला किंवा डिवोर्स झाला तर मग विवाहोत्तर एका माणसाचं काय व्हावं, त्यांनी ते चॅलेंजेस कसे फेस करावे, हा सगळ्या नंतरचा टॉपिक आहे. आपला संबंध आहे विवाहपूर्व म्हणजे पहिल्या पायरीशी, तो म्हणजे माणूस विवाह या अटळ घटनेकडे कसा जातो आणि एक डॉक्टर कसा जातो. कारण माझं बेसिकली टॉपिक इज अ मेडिकोज इन मॅरेज इन मेडिकोज. विवाहपूर्व ही जी वाटचाल आहे माणसाची, ही वाटचाल दोन प्रकारे होते. पहिली वाटचाल अशी आहे ज्याला आपण लव्ह मॅरेज म्हणतो. त्याने तिला पाहिलं, तिने त्याला पाहिलं, एकमेकांना ते आवडले आणि त्यांनी लग्न केलं. ही घटना अगदी अलीकडची आहे. बेसिकली सगळे लग्न अगदी पाश्चात्य संस्कृतीत सुद्धा अरेंज मॅरेजेस होते. आता मात्र या युगामध्ये अरेंज मॅरेज हा शब्द फक्त भारतीय उपखंडापुरता सीमित आहे. भारतीय उपखंड म्हणजे भारत, पाकिस्तान, बांगलादेश, श्रीलंका, नेपाळ आणि मध्य पश्चिम देश काही, इजिप्त, की ज्याच्यामध्ये पारंपरिक आहे. हे सगळे पौरात्य संस्कृतीतून आलेलं आहे अरेंज मॅरेज. दुसऱ्या अर्थात लव्ह मॅरेज. पाश्चात्य देशात तुम्ही जाल तर लव्ह मॅरेज नावाचा शब्द ऐकायला नाही. मॅरेज इज मॅरेज. त्यांच्याकडे लव्ह मॅरेजच आहे. कारण हा अत्यंत फंडामेंटल फरक असा आहे की पौरात्य संस्कृती म्हणजे आपली संस्कृती, ईस्टर्न संस्कृती, कल्चर जे आहे ते ॲग्रिकल्चर बेस्ड आहे. आपल्याकडे पहिले कृषी निर्माण झालं, कृषीतून समाज निर्माण झाला. कृषी आधारित संस्कृतीला समूहाची गरज असते, कोऑपरेशनची गरज असते, म्हणून जॉईंट फॅमिलीज झाल्या, जॉईंट फॅमिलीजच्या सोसायटीज झाल्या. म्हणून आपल्याकडे माणूस समाज केंद्रस्थानी आहे, माणूस दुय्यम आहे. पाश्चात्य संस्कृती ग्रीकांपासून निर्माण झाली, जी बेसिकली हंटर गॅदरर्स होते आणि ट्रेडर्स होते. आता शिकार आणि व्यापार दोन्हीमध्ये इंडिव्हिज्युअल स्किल महत्वाचे, समाज महत्वाचा नाही. त्याच्यामुळे तो पाश्चात्य समूह व्यक्ती केंद्रित झाला, समाज दुय्यम, व्यक्ती महत्वाची. त्याच्यामुळे तिथे एकाने दुसऱ्याशी लग्न करणे म्हणजे दोघांचाच प्रश्न झाला. आपल्याकडे लग्न दोन कुटुंबात होतात. पाश्चात्य देशात लग्न दोन व्यक्तींमध्ये होतात. आपल्याकडे कुटुंब पाहिलं जाते, समाज पाहिला जातो किंवा त्याचे काय आर्थिक स्तर पाहिल्या जातात. भारतामध्ये जे लग्न होतात त्यातले 90% लग्न हे अरेंज मॅरेजच्या माध्यमातून होतात. NDTVने मध्ये एक सर्वे घेतला होता, एका मार्केटिंग रिसर्च कंपनीला त्या कामाला लावलं होतं. हे 2013 सालचे आकडे आहेत. 90% विवाह भारतीय समाजामध्ये अरेंज मॅरेजेस असतात आणि 10% लव्ह मॅरेजेस असतात. इन जनरल भारतामध्ये अशी एक पाहणी आहे की डिव्होर्स रेट भारतामध्ये अत्यंत कमी आहे, 1.1%. पाश्चात्य देशात तो किती आहे? 48%. म्हणजे लग्न जे होतात त्यातले 48 लग्नामध्ये डिव्होर्सेस कॉमन आहेत, एक 2 ते 3 वर्षानंतर. पण त्यांच्यात रिमॅरेज सुद्धा पुष्कळ आहे आणि डिव्होर्सेसचे कारण फार कॉमन. पण डिव्होर्सेसला तिकडे मान्यता आहे आणि त्याला टॅबू नाही. आपल्या समाजामध्ये डिव्होर्सेस कमी आहे. याचं एक कारण असंही आहे की अरेंज मॅरेजेस जे आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये ऑलरेडी अनेक गोष्टी मॅच करून घेतलेल्या असतात. म्हणजे आर्थिक स्तर, सामाजिक स्तर, जात, धर्म, पोटजात अशा अनेक गोष्टी आधीच पाहून जुळवून मग काही लोक पत्रिका जुळवतात, 36 गुण जुळवतात. आता ज्यांचे 36 गुण जुळतात ते विवाहामध्ये 36चा आकडा करून का राहतात, पण एकत्र राहतात. कारण डिव्होर्सेस भारतामध्ये कमी आहेत. 90% अरेंज मॅरेजेस आपल्याकडे होतात. मेडिको या प्रोसेसमधनं कसा जातो? मित्र, पहिली गोष्ट म्हणजे माझ्या दृष्टीने मेडिकोज याच्यामध्ये माझे स्वतःचे अनुभव आणि आता सध्याची जी काही स्थिती आहे त्या स्थितीनुसार मला असं जाणवतं की ज्या काळामध्ये म्हणजे आता मी आज माझं वय 63 वर्ष आहे, ज्या काळामध्ये माझी 75ची ॲडमिशन आहे त्या काळी मेडिकोजमध्ये सुद्धा सर्वसामान्य मध्यमवर्गीय लोकांमध्ये जी मनस्थिती असायची विवाहासंबंधी ती अशी होती की पहिले MBBS करावं, म्हणजे आर्थिक आपल्या पायावर माणूस उभा राहिल्याशिवाय त्यानं लग्न करू नये हा एक जनरल फंडा होता. MBBS केलं, त्याच्यानंतर इंटर्नशिप झाली, त्याच्यानंतर पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशन शोधायला सुरुवात केली. मग पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशन केल्यानंतर एक तर नोकरी किंवा प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये साधारणपणे थोडंसं सेटलमेंटची भावना आली. नोकरीत तर पहिल्या महिन्यापासून पगार सुरू होतो, ते विवाह करायला मोकळे होते. प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये थोडंसं सेटलमेंट आल्याच्या नंतर मग मुली शोधणं आणि हा सगळा प्रकार सुरू व्हायचा. 24व्या वर्षी MBBS होत असेल तर 27, 28व्या वर्षी लग्न हे अतिशय कॉमन होतं. त्या काळामध्ये मुलं मुली एकमेकात मिसळण्याचं प्रमाण अतिशय कमी होतं. मला जे आठवतं की आता त्या पिढीला कदाचित जाणीव नसेल की आमच्या काळामध्ये लहान गावातून आलेले मुलं MBBSला, मराठी मीडियममधनं आलेले मुलं आणि मुलीसुद्धा यांच्यात एक गुजरेपणा होता आणि सर्रासपणे एकमेकामध्ये मोकळेपणाने ज्याला आपण म्हणतो ते बोलणं नव्हतं. या परिस्थितीत बऱ्याच गमती जमती घडायच्या. म्हणजे मुलीशी बोलायची हिंमत येईपर्यंत फार उशीर झालेला असायचा. एक हिंदी कवीच्या 2 ओळी आहेत त्या आठवतात की हुस्न के दिन चमकीले हो गए, इश्क के तेवर नुकीले हो गए, हम इजहार करने में थोडे ढीले हो गए, तब तक उनके हात पीले हो गए. असा उशीरही व्हायचा आणि तो उशीर नेमका आमच्याच वाट्याला यायचा. कधी कधी एकमेकात संवाद नसल्यामुळे गैरसमजही बरेच व्हायचे. वो आती रही मिलती रही हम इसी को प्यार समझ बैठे, वो आती रही मिलती रही हम इसी को प्यार समझ बैठे, वो एक दिन को नहीं आई हम रविवार समझ बैठे. या गैरसमजातून बाहेर पडून त्याच्यामुळे MBBSचा पूर्ण काळ, पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशनचा काळ, पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशनच्या काळामध्ये थोडे थोडे पंख फुटायचे आणि आपला अतिशय हेवी अभ्यासक्रम, त्या अभ्यासक्रमातनं फावलला वेळ काढून प्रेम कुठे जमते आहे का याची अतोनात धडपड चालायची. दुर्दैवाने थोडे अनपार्लमेंटरी शब्द मी वापरतो ते असे की चांगला माल जो आहे तो MBBSलाच खपून जायचा, पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशनला नुसता गाळ उरायचा. पण त्या गाळातही त्यातल्या त्यात अनुरूप काही मिळेल का हे शोधण्याच्या प्रयत्नामध्ये अनेक जण नॉन मेडिको पार्टनरशी लग्न करायचे. अपरिहार्यता होती, ती मजबुरी होती, पण त्याला काही इलाज नव्हता. लाईफ वॉज सिम्पल दॅट टाइम, सो दीज फंडाज वेर व्हेरी इझी टू गो ऑन. आताच्या बाबतीत जर बोलायचं झालं तर सध्या मॅरेजेस इन मेडिको व्हेन अँड हुम या प्रश्नाचं उत्तर असं देता येईल. आणि मी स्वतः एक काही ज्युनियर्सशी बोललो तेव्हा माझ्या लक्षात आलं, कदाचित महाराष्ट्रात ही परिस्थिती नसेल, गुजरात मेडिकल फील्डमध्ये ही परिस्थिती आहे की MBBSला ॲडमिशन मिळाल्याबरोबर अनेक मुलं किंवा मुली लग्नाच्या तयारीला लागतात. आपल्याला योग्य तो पाठ, सुदैवानी मेडिकल फ्रॅटर्निटी एकमेकात बरीच मिसळलेली आहे. म्हणजे बघा, इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेजेस खूप वेगवेगळे असतात, एकमेकांचा एकमेकाशी संबंध नसतो बिकॉज दे आर डिक्टेटेड बाय डिफरंट युनिव्हर्सिटीज. मेडिकल फ्रॅटर्निटी इज डिक्टेटेड बाय वन बॉडी which governs all medical colleges, whether they are in this town or that city or that city. त्याच्यामुळे ते एकमेकांत जुळलेले असतात. म्हणून आपल्याला अनुरूप कोण आहे याची पाहणी आधी सुरू होते. आणि गमतीची गोष्ट अशी एक सांगतो की प्रेमविवाह एक प्रकारचे अरेंजच विवाह आहेत. बघा, अरेंज मॅरेजमध्ये काय आहे, एक तिसरी पार्टी मुलगा आणि मुलगी यांना एकत्रित आणते. पूर्वी पाहण्याचे कार्यक्रम व्हायचे. त्या पाहण्याच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये मी ही काळ सांगतोय जेव्हा मुलींची नावं कुमुद, सुमन, बेबी, शरयू वगैरे अशी असायची. ते पाहण्याचा कार्यक्रम, कांदे पोहे खाण्याचा कार्यक्रम. त्याच्यानंतर चढावड लागायची की आपली मुलगी किंवा मुलगा सरळ वळणाची कशी आहे. आता वळण म्हटल्यानंतर ते सरळ कसं असेल असा पुलंचा एक जोक आहे, पण ते वळण कसं सरळ आहे आणि संस्कार किती चांगले आहे ठसवायचं. मग मुलगा येतो तिकडून, आईवडील येतात त्याचे, आणि मुलगी मग तो हातात ट्रे, त्याच्यामध्ये चहा, समोसे वगैरे ठेवले, आणि मग चढावड सुरू होते. मुलीची बाजू कशी पक्की आहे ते सांगायची. अरे वा, समोसे चांगले झाले आहे असं मुलाकडचं कोणी म्हणालं, आमच्या कुमुदनी केलेले आहे. टेबलवरचं जे आर्टवर्क आहे ते खूप छान आहे, शिवणकाम जे आमच्या कुमुदनीच केलेलं आहे. अच्छा, आणि तो कोपऱ्यात ठेवलेला तो जो एक ससा बनवलेला आहे कापसाचा, आमच्या कुमुदनी केलेला आहे. आणि काव हे पेंटिंग भिंतीवर लावलेलं आहे ते आमच्या कुमुदनीच काढलेलं आहे. तो बाप उठला जाऊन, अहो याच्यावर तर MF हुसेन लिहिलेला आहे, आमच्या कुमुदनीच लिहिलेला आहे म्हणे. तेव्हा हा प्रकार त्यावेळी फार कॉमन होता. त्या काळामधनं मी गेलेलो आहे. तो काळ वेगळा, हा काळ वेगळा. अरेंज मॅरेज, लव्ह मॅरेज सारखं का बरं? लव्ह मॅरेजमध्ये सुद्धा आपण म्हणजे व्यवहार चतुर मंडळी लव्ह करण्यापूर्वी साधारण पाहून घेतात की मुलगी कशी आहे, तिचं बॅकग्राऊंड काय आहे, आर्थिक स्थिती कशी आहे, कुठल्या क्रीड, कास्ट वगैरे या सगळ्या गोष्टी पाहाव्या लागतात. तशा त्या पाहून होतात. ज्याला आपण लव्ह ॲट फर्स्ट साईट म्हणतो किंवा उत्कट प्रेम म्हणतो, ते खरं सांगायचं मित्र तर हजारातून नव्हे लाखातून एखाद्यावेळेस होते. मग ते धर्म पाहत नाही, जात पाहत नाही वगैरे असं आपण म्हणतो. बाकी आपल्यासारखी मंडळी सगळी व्यवहार चतुरच असतात. म्हणजे मला असं कोणीतरी विचारलं, डू यू बिलीव्ह इन लव्ह ॲट फर्स्ट साईट? मी त्याला पटकन उत्तर दिलं, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन हू इज इन साईट. कोण आहे समोरची व्यक्ती ते पाहून मग प्रेमात पडायचं की नाही ते आपण पुढे ठरवतो. मेडिकोसच्या बाबतीत हीच गोष्ट होते. सुदैवाने MBBS लेवललाच या काळामध्ये आता हा ट्रेंड आलेला आहे की आपल्या अनुरूप मुलगी बघायची, त्याच्यानंतर MBBS होता होता लग्न करून टाकायचं. याचं कारण फार सोपं आहे, साधं आहे आणि अपरिहार्य आहे. MBBS, पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशन, सुपर स्पेशलायझेशन आणि त्याच्यानंतर अनुभव घेणे, ही प्रोसेस इतकी कंटाळवाणी आणि दीर्घ होत गेलेली आहे, होत चाललेली आहे. 7 ते 8 वर्ष मुलाची 35शी उलटून जाते. आता माझ्या काळातल्या सारखं जर त्यांनी थांबायचं ठरवलं तर टक्कल पडलेला दात तंबाखू पण खराब झाल्या मुलाला लग्नाच्या बाजारात कोणीही हो म्हणणार नाही, पण ती परिस्थिती होते. बघा, एंट्रन्स एक्झाम नव्हत्या आजच्या काळात, आताच्या काळात एंट्रन्स एक्झाम्स आहेत. चांगली ब्रांच मिळावी म्हणून 7 वेळा एंट्रन्स एक्झाम दिलेला विद्यार्थी मला भेटलेला आहे. मला अमुकच ब्रांच पाहिजे होती, ती देण्यासाठी मेरिट लिस्टमध्ये ओपनमध्ये येण्यासाठी त्याला 7 वेळा ती एक्झाम द्यावी. त्याच्यानंतर MBBS, त्याच्यानंतर इंटर्नशिप, त्याच्यानंतर पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी पुन्हा एंट्रन्स एक्झाम, त्याच्यानंतर मग बॉन्ड कंप्लीट करणे, त्याच्यासाठी मग वणवण भटकणे, त्याच्यात 1 वर्ष घालवणे, त्याच्यानंतर सुपर स्पेशालिटीसाठी पुन्हा एंट्रन्स एक्झाम, सुपर स्पेशालिस्ट झाल्याच्या नंतर अनुभव मिळवण्यासाठी कुठेतरी घासणे. ह्या सगळ्या भानगडीमध्ये 35 जर उलटून जात असेल तर MBBS करत असतानाच व्हेन याचं उत्तर हेच आहे. आणि ते गुजरातमध्ये अनेक लोक मेडिकोस करतात असं मी ऐकलेलं आहे. यू शुड स्टार्ट टू थिंक अबाउट मॅरेज ॲट द आउटसेट, at the stage when you know you are going to go through all those things MBBS लेवलला. आता कोणी लोक असं म्हणतात की जर MBBS लेवललाच कोणी लग्नाचे विचार करायला लागला आणि सेटल होण्याचा विचार करायला लागला तर अभ्यास केव्हा करणार. माझं असं मत आहे की यू हॅव टू लर्न टू बॅलन्स बिटवीन युअर पर्सनल लाईफ, एन्जॉईंग लाईफ आणि स्टडीज. आणि ही नवीन पिढी ते निश्चित करत असणार, याच्याबद्दल माझ्या मनात काही शंका नाही, बिकॉज दे हॅव बिकम प्रॅक्टिकल. आता खरं सांगायचं तर नको तितकी वृक्ष आणि प्रॅक्टिकल किंवा व्यवहारी मंडळी झालेली आहे, व्यवहार चतुर. एक किस्सा आठवतो की मुलगी असं म्हणते की माझ्याशी तू लग्न करू इच्छितो मुलाला, पण मग माझ्या 2 अटी आहेत. मुलगा शूर पाहिजे, शौर्य पाहिजे, आणि तो हुशार पाहिजे, चातुर्य पाहिजे. तर शौर्य आणि चातुर्य या 2 अटी मांडल्याच्या नंतर तो मुलगा विचारात पडतो. मग एक दिवशी तो म्हणतो की चल बोटिंग करूया आपण तलावामध्ये, शायद खुद बात बन जाए. मुलगी म्हणते ठीक आहे. मग ते दोघंही बोटीत बसतात आणि बोट वल्लवता अचानक बोटीला छिद्र पडलेलं असतं, त्याच्यातून पाणी यायला लागतं, बोट बुडायला लागते. बोट बुडते, मुलगा मुलीला वाचवतो, तिला पोहत पोहत बरोबर किनाऱ्यापर्यंत आणतो, सगळं स्थिर स्थावर होतं. मुलगा पुन्हा विचारतो माझ्याशी लग्न करशील का. तर तुला माझ्या 2 अटी माहीत आहेत. तर मुलगा म्हणतो शौर्य तर तू पाहिलं, मी तुला एवढ्या याच्यातून वाचवलं. मुलगी म्हणते शौर्य ठीक आहे, पण चातुर्य. मुलगा म्हणतो बोटीला छिद्र कोणी पाडलं होतं. दोन्ही अटी. बरं, दुसरी गोष्ट मला एक सांगायची आहे, विवाहातून फार अपेक्षा ठेवू नका. विवाहाचं सुखासारखं आहे, सुखाच्या तुम्ही फार अपेक्षा ठेवल्या तर तुमच्या कपाळी अपेक्षाभंगाचं दुःख येणार. माणसाने आपल्या अपेक्षा सीमित ठेवल्या तर अपेक्षाभंगाचं दुःख कपाळी येणार नाही. बुद्धाचं तत्वज्ञानच आहे की जर सगळ्या दुःखाचं मूळ काय आहे तर अति अपेक्षा. विवाहाचं सारखंच आहे. फार जुळावे गुण, फार आपल्या मनासारखी बायको मिळावी, हा विचार प्रत्येक इंडिव्हिज्युअल वेगळा आहे. आणि मित्र, कितीही टिप्स दिल्या, कितीही व्हायरल लॉज सांगितले, रूल्स सांगितले, तरी शेवटी इट कम्स डाऊन टू द इंडिव्हिज्युअल पर्सनॅलिटी. आणि ॲडजस्टेबिलिटी इज द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट व्हर्च्यू in any successful marriages. In fact, the most successful marriages are successful out of adjustment. तेव्हा अपेक्षा फार ठेवू नका हे सांगताना पुन्हा एकदा एक किस्सा आठवतो. तो असा आहे की मुलगी मैत्रिणीशी बोलत असते, म्हणजे तुला कसला नवरा पाहिजे. तर मला असा नवरा पाहिजे जो छान असावा, नेहमी आनंदी असावा, त्यांनी गाणी म्हणावी, नृत्य करावं, नाचावं माझ्यासोबत, आणि मला एंटरटेन करावं, मधून जोक्स सांगावे, मधून छान कहाण्या सांगाव्या वगैरे. तर मैत्रीण म्हणाली असं, बरं किती इंची पाहिजे. इंची काय, तुला टीव्ही पाहिजे म्हणे 28 इंच पाहिजे की 48 इंच पाहिजे, तू टीव्ही बद्दल बोलते नवऱ्याबद्दल नाही, या सगळ्या क्वालिटीज टीव्ही मध्ये असतात. तेव्हा सगळ्यात महत्वाची गोष्ट अशी आहे की व्हॉट यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम मॅरेज. फॉर अ मेडिको देर इज अनदर मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट क्वेश्चन, वेदर टू मॅरी अ मेडिको और अ नॉन मेडिको. मित्रो, एक काळ असा होता, पुन्हा त्या काळामध्ये मी फ्लॅशबॅक मध्ये जातो की ज्या काळामध्ये बरेच हातपाय मारल्यानंतर लक्षात यायचं की खूप आवडावी अशी मुलगी वाटत नाही आहे, तर मग ठीक आहे, नाही डॉक्टर असली तर चालेल, परंतु मग दुसऱ्या ब्रांचची चालेल, हाऊस मेकर चालेल. अनेक मुलांची तर आग्रहाने मागणी असते की मी जर हॉस्पिटलमध्ये व्यस्त राहत असेल तर मला हाऊस मेकिंग वाईफ मला चांगली, कारण शेवटी ते एक महत्वाचा आणि फुल टाइम जॉब आहे. देर इज नथिंग बॅड अबाउट इट. पण आता असा ट्रेंड नाही आहे. आता अर्थात ट्रेंड इज टू अर्न मोर अँड मोर मनी, सो पीपल विल गो इन फॉर. आता नॉन मेडिको म्हटल्यानंतर सगळा प्रश्नच मिटला. यू हॅव अ वाईड अँड वाईल्ड चॉईस. पण मेडिकोज जर म्हटलं तर starting to think about marriage at the outset from admission to medical college has this advantage, you can choose your branch and the branch which your spouse is going to take, ते compatible पाहिजे. आता ते compatible पाहिजे सांगताना अनेक आठवणी माझ्यासमोर, अनेक पेशंटच्या गोष्टी माझ्यासमोर येतात. त्या तुम्हाला सांगतो थोडक्यामध्ये. ज्याला पेडियाट्रिक्स घ्यायचं आहे त्याला वाटते गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट माझी बायको असावी, ज्याला गायनेकॉलॉजी घ्यायचं आहे त्याला असं वाटतं की बरं ठीक आहे दोघंही गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट असले तर ते असं वाटून घेतात की मेल गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट जास्त ऍक्सेप्टेबल नाही, तर मग तो ऑपरेटिव्ह बाजू सांभाळेल आणि ही क्लिनिकल बाजू सांभाळेल. जर सर्जन आहे तर त्याला वाटतं माझी बायको अॅनेस्थिटिस्ट असावी. अॅनेस्थिटिस्ट असल्यानंतर तिने फक्त माझीच सर्व्हिस करावी, इतर ठिकाणी जावं की जाऊ नये, याच्यातही नंतर डिस्प्यूट होतात. सेम ब्रांच किंवा differing branches, but medico marriages between medico have advantages as well as disadvantages. I have told you about advantages. Advantages naturally earning more money, working in tandem, getting relief from duties sometimes, and complementary working as a surgeon, anesthetist, psychiatrist, anesthetist, whatever. The most important drawback is there is no margin between house and वर्किंग प्लेस. इनफॅक्ट काही जण असं म्हणतात की माझ्याकडे एक मेडिको एक डॉक्टर येऊन आली आणि ती असं म्हणाली की आम्ही दोघंही पेडियाट्रिशियन आहोत, आम्ही बाजूबाजूच्या चेंबरमध्ये बसतो, नवऱ्याने मला छान चेंबर करून दिलेलं आहे, माझ्याकडे पेशंट येतात त्याच्याकडे पेशंट उपडी छान डिवाइड होते, पण मी कुठलंही प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिहिलं की ते पहिले नवऱ्याच्या थ्रू जातील. तो म्हणतो की हा हे नाही, हे जरा याच्याऐवजी हे लिहि. आय डोंट थिंक ही रिक्वायर्स दिस ब्रॉन्कोडायलेटर, तुम्ही हे लिहि. एव्हरी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन मॉडिफाईड बाय माय हजबंड इन सच अ वे ॲज इफ टू मेक मी फील दॅट आय एम इनकॉम्पिटंट. तर ती मला म्हणाली की एकतर मला या प्रकारातूनच निघून जायचं आहे, प्रॅक्टिस तरी बंद करते, नाही तर वेगळं चेंबर सेटअप करते जिथे माझं प्रिस्क्रिप्शन याच्या सेन्सॉरच्या थ्रू जाणार नाही. नवऱ्याला विचारलं, तो असं म्हणाला की मला वाटतं तसं तर सब्जेक्टिव्ह सायन्स आहे, कोणाला वाटतं हे महत्वाचं आहे, कोणाला वाटतं ते, कोणाला वाटतं हा चॉईस चांगला आहे, हे कॉम्बिनेशन चांगलं आहे. पण चेंजिंग इट एव्हरी टाइम, यू आर ब्रिंगिंग those problems in hospital into the house, into the home, into the bedroom, into your relationship. त्यावेळी प्रॉब्लेम होतो. मॅरिंग द मेडिको त्याच्यापूर्वी हा विचार केला पाहिजे, वेदर वी आर गोइंग टू कीप दॅट हॉस्पिटल सेपरेट फ्रॉम द होम. बट इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. आत्ता हॉस्पिटलमध्ये काही जर एकमेकांमध्ये प्रॉब्लेम झालेले असतील, कुठल्या गोष्टीवरनं आर्ग्युमेंट झालं असेल, जरी ते अकॅडमिक असलं तरी त्याचे आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स आणि आफ्टर फॉल्स तुम्हाला घरामध्ये दिसतील. त्याच्यामुळे कटाक्षाने ही गोष्ट टाळली पाहिजे. जर तुमचा तो स्वभाव असेल किंवा तुम्हाला तुमच्या पार्टनरमध्ये तसा स्वभाव आहे असं वाटत असेल तर मग मॅरिंग मेडिको ऑफ कॉम्प्लिमेंटरी ब्रांच वगैरे आपण जे म्हणतो, दॅट इज ब्रिंगिंग दोज प्रॉब्लेम्स ॲट होम. एक महत्त्वाची गोष्ट सांगतो आणि क्वेश्चन आन्सरसाठी हा सेशन बाजूला ठेवतो. हा महत्त्वाचा भाग शेवटाला सांगून मी थांबवतो. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाची गोष्ट अशी आहे की इन इंडिया मॅरेजेस ऑकर बिटवीन फॅमिलीज, आणि फॅमिलीज इफ दे आर नॉट मेडिको, म्हणजे आता डॉक्टर वडील, डॉक्टर आई, काही काही कुटुंब असतात, डॉक्टर वडील डॉक्टर, आई डॉक्टर, भाऊ डॉक्टर, मामा डॉक्टर, काका डॉक्टर, पुत्रा डॉक्टर, सगळे डॉक्टर. काही काही फॅमिलीजमध्ये मुलगा डॉक्टर झालेला असतो, त्यांना सूनही डॉक्टर हवी असते. वा, उच्च विद्या विभूषित सून. सून करून घरी आणली खरी, पण घरचे लोक तिला हाऊस वाईफ म्हणून ट्रीट करतात आणि ते एक्सपेक्ट करतात की हिने गृहिणीप्रमाणे गृहकृत्य दक्ष झालं पाहिजे आणि मगच बाकीचे काय करायचे त्या गोष्टी काय. एक गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट मला सांगते की माझी सासू, मी डिलिव्हरी कंडक्ट केल्यानंतर घरी आल्यावर आंघोळ करायला लावायची मला सुरुवातीला. मग मी तिला सांगितलं की माझी आता प्रॅक्टिस तर कमी आहे, मी अफोर्ड करू शकते, पण उद्या माझी प्रॅक्टिस वाढली तर मला कायम घरी येऊन म्हशीसारखं पाण्यातच डुंबत बसावं लागेल, कारण माझ्याकडे 3-3 डिलिव्हरीज रोज होतील तर कसं करणार. तेव्हा त्यांच्या ह्या गोष्टी दूर केल्या. डॉक्टर बायको पाहिजे का, मग तिच्याकडनं फक्त डॉक्टर. तुम्ही तिला का घरात आणलाय, ती क्वालिफाईड आहे, ती पैसे अर्न करेल, मग तिच्याकडनं तेवढंच एक्सपेक्ट करा. तिने सगळी ओपीडी चालवायची, ओटी करायची, ऑपरेट करायचं आणि घरी येऊन हातपाय तोंड धुवून पोळ्या करायला बसायचं. मे नॉट बी पॉसिबल. फॅमिलीचे प्रॉब्लेम. एक गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट असं म्हणाले की डॉक्टर्स हॅव टू मेंटेन स्टाफ, पेशंट असो नसो. कारण इमर्जन्सी केव्हाही येईल ना. एका इमर्जन्सी, महिन्यातून एकही इमर्जन्सी येणार असेल तर त्या न्यूरोसर्जनला, त्या सर्जनला, त्या गायनेकॉलॉजिस्टला 5-6 जणांचा स्टाफ मेंटेन करावा लागतो. ती केव्हा हे माहीत नसतं. तर वरतून ते सासरे म्हणाले की हे रिकामे पडलेले, यांना पगार देता तुम्ही एवढे, यांना काहीच काम नाही आहे, ऐश्वराम चाललेला आहे, कशाला काय गरज आहे. आता ऐनवेळी रात्री 2 वाजता एखादी बाई जर आली पेशंट, तिला कोण पाहणार. यू हॅव टू मेंटेन द स्टाफ. तर देर आर प्रॉब्लेम्स वेअर फॅमिली इंटरफिअर इन टू द मॅरेज. अर्थात हा माझा टॉपिक नाही आहे, मोठा टॉपिक आहे, ह्याच्यावरती बराच उहापोह होऊ शकतो. माझा टॉपिक विवाहाकडे नेणं, marriages in medicos, when and whom. So I think I have elaborated both of these two things. आणि एक वाक्य मी असं उच्चारलं होतं की अल्टिमेटली इट कम्स डाऊन टू पर्सनॅलिटीज, विच इज द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट सेंटेन्स, बिकॉज मॅरेज इज अ डायरेक्ट इव्हेंट. इट इज अ इव्हेंट बिटवीन टू पीपल. एक छान आठवण सांगतो की हे रिलेशनशिपशी घेणं देणं आहे. मी माझा इंडिव्हिज्युअली कसाही असेल, चांगला असेल वाईट असेल, मी एकटा आहे, मग माझा कोणाशी संघर्ष होण्याचा प्रश्न नाही आहे. मॅरेज इज नॉट, यू आर नॉट अलोन, यू आर इन रिलेशनशिप विथ समबडी एल्स who has a different mind, different body, different set of values, different set of thoughts, and different mood swings, different type of perceptions. हा एक महत्त्वाचा भाग आहे. त्यातही पुरुषांना स्त्रीचं मन ओळखायला फार वेळ लागतो, स्त्रियांना पुरुषांचं मन ओळखायला वेळ लागतो. हा एक महत्त्वाचा भाग आहे. अल्टिमेटली इट कम्स डाऊन टू क्लॅश ऑफ टू पर्सनॅलिटीज और कॉम्प्लिमेंटिंग टू पर्सनॅलिटीज. जावेद अख्तर आणि शबाना आझमी यांचा एक इंटरव्ह्यू मी ऐकला. हे खूप सुंदर वाक्य त्यांनी सांगितलं की ते म्हणाले की पहिली गोष्ट तर भांडणाने सुरुवात झाली. मुलाखत करते जावेद अख्तरला विचारलं, शबाना आझमीला विचारलं की आपके जो पतिराज है वो तो एक बहुत बड़े शायर है, रोमांटिक शायर है, रोमांटिक शायरी और गीत लिखते हैं फिल्मों में, तो घर में तो बड़ा रोमांटिक वातावरण होता होगा. तो शबाना आझमी म्हणाली, ही डजंट हैव अ सिंगल बोन ऑफ रोमांटिसिज्म इन हिज बॉडी, घर में तो ऐसे रूखे सूखे बैठे रहते हैं. याच्यावर जावेद अख्तरने उत्तर असं दिलं, जो आदमी फिल्मों में पेट पानी के लिए रोमांटिक शायरी लिखता हो, उससे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना कि घर में भी वो रोमांटिक बिहेव करे, ये तो ऐसा हो गया बोले जो सर्कस में काम कर रहे हो घर में भी उलटे लटके रहते हैं. इसका उसका कोई ताल्लुक नाही आहे. पण शेवटी त्यांनी एक फार छान वाक्य सांगितलं जावेद अख्तरने. त्यामुळे आमची दोघांची मैत्री इतकी घट्ट आहे कि हमारी शादी भी उस दोस्ती को बिगाड़ नहीं सकी, उसके बीच में नहीं आ सकी. अल्टीमेटली हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ, मेडिको और नॉन मेडिको और मेडिको, एनीबडी should be good friends. If you are a good friend with your wife, your spouse, then your marriage will work. Marriage is like an industry. If you set up an industry, if you start production, you can't just sit back and relax. That production will go on. You have to visit industry every day. You have to see that the quality is maintained. You have to see that it is marketed well. You have to see that your all employees are happy. In industry, Just like in marriage, you have to make it run. You have to see to it that it runs smoothly. You have to repair the pitfalls, shortfalls, the breakdowns. You have to refurnish it. You have to modernize it. To make an industry successful, you have to maintain it, just like in marriage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
नमस्कार मित्रांनो, मी डॉक्टर नंदू मुलमुले, मॅरेजेस इन मेडिकोज.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. खूप छान माहिती दिली सर. या टॉकचा उद्देश जो होता तो मला वाटतं सफल झालेला आहे. थोडक्यात मी समराईज करतो की लग्न कधी करावं, की आपल्याला कळालं की ऍडमिशन घेतल्या घेतल्या आपण डॉक्टर होणार आहे, तेव्हापासून मुलगा किंवा मुलगी पाहायला सुरुवात करावी. आपल्यासाठी नाहीच आहे. हा टॉक आमच्या MBBS च्या वेळेस मिळाला असतं तर बरं झालं असतं. आणि कोणाशी करावं हे ज्याच्या त्याच्या पर्सनल चॉईसवर आहे. तुम्ही त्याचे फायदे तोटे सांगितले. Thank you for very good and informative lecture. You are welcome.
Dr. Mulmule, sir, good evening.
Good evening.
Sir, I'm a radiologist. I'm one of the chairpersons here. I listened to your talk with really rapt attention. It looked as if, I'm sitting in a classroom and one of the senior most professors of the college is giving me a lecture. Unique experience, no PowerPoint, no slides, nothing. And you spoke so continuously as such a free flow of ideas and thoughts. It reflects how much study that you have done. And I really like the way you started with the history of marriage as an institution. I really like that part. So there is one question from one Dr. Amrita. She wants to know,
Okay.
what is your take on, she says sometimes marriage causes stagnation in a career, especially for girls. It usually happens that girls has to go for a postgraduate subject with lesser workload. And she has put it in bracket, not a case with everyone. But it does cause loss of confidence, and especially for the girls. How will you guide such girls?
See, basically, as I said, uh, it's a question of friendship between husband and wife. It's a question of friendship between spouses. And you have to, and a woman has to do a lot of adjustment. That is a part of our culture and our society, unfortunately, but that is the reality. So many women come to me, women doctors, who say that we are torn between two things: housekeeping, children, and of course their own aspirations and their careers. And I really feel sorry for them, because they have to fight on two fronts at the same time. But it's a balance between the two that they have to strike. And I would say that take your partner in confidence, tell him frankly about your aspirations, your whatever academic achievement you want to do, because that leads to personal satisfaction. And I think that times have now come that the male partners would definitely understand their position, partake in household works, and help them out of that. If the partner is not understanding, then there is a problem, and that problem can be solved by counselors. Marriage counselors are very much important. Unfortunately, we don't have so many people, counselors around in our states and our towns and cities. But definitely some sort of counseling from a psychiatrist or a marriage counselor, if available, would help them and make their partner understand about their aspirations. But in underlying statement is that in India, unfortunately, women careerists have to fight on two fronts and strike a balance between the two. That is true.
Thank you, sir. I hope Dr. Amrita, who has asked this question, is online and she's satisfied with the answer. And we're all fortunate that we have got such an expert advice ready-made. So there is one more question. What is the mantra? What is the Khan mantra from you to keep aliveness or happiness after marriage in medicos? Probably she's presuming that there will be no happiness or aliveness after marriage in medicos. So she wants to know he or she wants to, Uma Khan, she wants to know the Khan mantra from you to keep the aliveness and happiness in marriage.
मी दोन गोष्टी सांगतो. Would this candidate understand मराठी? नावावरनं वाटतं ना मराठी. सगळ्यात महत्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे you have to be good friends. See, I told you about Javed Akhtar. He said that मेरी हमारी शादी भी हमारी दोस्ती का कुछ बिगाड़ नहीं सकी. So in marriage there is some compulsion. In friendship there is no compulsion. Friendship is frank. Friendship is a dialogue. Friendship is a very good platform on which husband and wife can meet together. मैत्री कायम ठेवा. जीवनात विनोद कायम ठेवा. विनोद बुद्धी कायम ठेवा. हे मी फार गांभीर्याने सांगतोय की विनोद अतिशय जरुरी आहे. कारण तुम्ही लहान सहान गोष्टींकडे जर विनोदाने पाहाल तरच जीवनात विनोद काय आहे. विनोद आमच्या जीवनातल्या ज्या असह्य गोष्टी आहे किंवा न बदलता येण्यासारख्या गोष्टी आहे त्याकडे एक सुसह्य नजर टाकण्याची शक्ती देतो. विनोद ही एक अमोघ शक्ती आहे. तिसरी गोष्ट जी मी आधी सांगितली की तुमच्या अपेक्षा सीमित करा. फार अपेक्षा ठेवू नका. आणि लग्नाच्या पूर्वी तर अनेकांच्या अशा अपेक्षा असतात की पांढऱ्या घोड्यावरनं तो राजकुमार माझ्यासाठी येणार आहे इथपासून सुरुवात असते. तो येतो एखाद्या काळ्या मरतुकड्या मोटरसायकलवरनं, त्यांनी दाढी केली नसते 4 दिवसापासून. या सगळ्या गोष्टी असतात. अपेक्षा फार ठेवू नका की लग्नानंतर आम्ही एकदम काय म्हणजे तो साती स्वर्गात राहू वगैरे, असं नाही आहे. रिफ्रेश्ड मॅरेज ठेवण्यासाठी एकतर टाइम आउट घ्या. विवंचना विसरून जाण्यासाठी शनिवार रविवार. मी अनेकदा पाश्चात्य देशात जातो. ते लोक सोमवार मंगळवार हे विकेंड कसा घालवला याची चर्चा करत होते हॉस्पिटलमध्ये. आणि गुरुवार नंतर पुढचा विकेंड कसा घालवायचा याच्या चर्चा चालू होतात. ते फक्त बुधवारी काम करतात. म्हणजे मला एक आवडलं त्यांचं. दे आर नॉट बॉदर्ड अबाउट. सी, आपण डोक्यावर फार घेतो, आपण फार मनावर घेतो. त्या पेशंटचं काय होईल, या पेशंटचं काय होईल. ऑफकोर्स वी आर व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. वी केअर अबाउट आवर पेशंट्स, बट देन डोंट टेक इट टू मच. अल्टिमेटली तुम्हाला तुमचं पर्सनल एन्जॉयमेंट अँड रिफ्रेशमेंट राहील तरच तुम्ही यू विल बी गुड डॉक्टर्स अँड यू विल बी गुड. तुम्ही जगाचा ठेका घेतलेला नाही. काही डॉक्टर्स मी असे पाहिलेले आहेत की ते अगदी मरमर काम करतात आणि पूर्ण इतके इन्व्हॉल्ड असतात पेशंटमध्ये की त्यांना त्यांचं पर्सनल आयुष्य राहत नाही. तसं नाही केलं पाहिजे. सी, अल्टिमेटली इट इज अ प्रोसिजर विच गोज ऑन. आणि आपलं पर्सनल आयुष्य महत्वाचं. तुम्ही जितके रिफ्रेश राहाल तितके तुम्ही सोमवारी पुन्हा कामावर जॉईन व्हायला रिफ्रेश राहाल. जितके रिफ्रेश राहाल तितकी गुड सर्व्हिस विल बी एबल टू गिव्ह टू द पेशंट. सो फर्स्ट थिंग इज दॅट keep humor in life alive. Don't make life too serious. Life doesn't take you seriously. You don't take life seriously. तिसरी गोष्ट, be good friends. चौथी गोष्ट, keep time for रिफ्रेशमेंट इन म्हणजे वीकेंड्स. आता तो वीकेंड्स होतात ठीक आहे, सम पीपल मे नॉट अफोर्ड, बट ॲटलीस्ट संडे. डॉक्टर्स हू वर्क ऑन संडेज आर नेव्हर हॅपी ऑन मंडेज. यू मस्ट गिव्ह युअर सेल्फ टाइम and enjoy when there is time. केस पांढरे झाल्यानंतर एन्जॉयमेंटला काही अर्थ राहत नाही.
Thank you, sir. I request Chirag to present e-moment of our Mulmule sir. Thank you, sir, for very good lecture. As sir has said, we should keep humor alive in our life. I request Dr. Nihar to present our next speaker, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, who will, I assure you that he is going to present humor in his lecture very well. Thank you.
Hello all. Ignoring sexual problems is quite common among uneducated people, but as psychiatrists we see that it is also common among educated people and also in medicos. So to enlighten on this topic, we have Dr. T.S. Satyanarayan Rao. Sir is a professor and former HOD of psychiatry at JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research at Mysore. He has he has taken multiple degrees. He had completed BSc, MBBS, DPM, MD in Psychiatry, PG in DHA, and currently he is doing his PhD. Uh, he is also authored many articles, more than 300 papers and articles in prestigious journals. He has been editor to many journals. He has authored various books on psychiatry and sexual medicine. Uh, he has been instrumental in organizing many national and international conferences. Sir runs a big department of sexual medicine in his hospital. I'll have to invite sir to give his lecture. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good afternoon, sir. You are audible. Yeah.
Thank you. At the outset, let me thank AMS Solapur branch and all the people, friends in Maharashtra for giving this opportunity to me. I bring the greetings from JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysore. I am really grateful to Dr. Vaishali, Dr. Sharda, and other people who have constantly kept in touch with me related to the program. Dr. Mulmule has spoken very nicely about marriage and a range of issues. What I will be touching upon is briefly about sexual issues in the beginning. Then as the doctors, why actually the issue of relationship and sexual problems are there in them, and then to the specific area of certain sexuality related aspects. So it will be little meandering through different areas, keeping in mind that I'm talking to the majority of them are practitioners. That way the sensitizing to the area that sexuality is one of the extremely important component in one's life. I'll share my slides. Okay. Are you able to see the slides? Okay. Thank you very much. Of course, I have already completed my PhD and greetings from Mysore. Sexual life of full screen. Sexual life of medicos. Then I was asking Dr. Sharda really whether it's medical students like that, but then I was clarified that all the doctors who are participating in this program, doctors in general may be experts in this particular field, but all said and done, there are a lot of lagunas because our medical curriculum doesn't actually involve too much of discussion related to the area. Still, it is one of the very taboo area in our whole curriculum. This is one of the advertisement by Century Mattresses, which says that you sleep on this mattress, you will get good sleep. But often, one is sleeping with the enemy rather than with the friend. And this particular emphasis on the marriage is successful when you are a friend, you are happy, and you can keep communication. That's the success formula, what actually the earlier presentation was. Many of the time, we have seen people who are happily married. We had one professor here, he was very happy. And later only we came to know that he is here and his wife is somewhere else in Kerala. Unfortunately, when being together, how we actually maintain the whole relationship is actually one of the important aspects. It is Woody Allen who mentioned that love is the answer for all our problems. But when you are waiting for the love, sex raises some pretty good questions is one of the very significant comment by him. And we are all well aware of Havelock Ellis, almost father of sexual medicine, speaks about sex lies at the root of life. And we can learn, reverence life until we know how to understand sex. Something is good, something is bad, but sex is something special. We just cannot forego this particular aspect. And it has a very significant role to play in our life. In fact, it has been actually mentioned that passion, affection, admiration, loyalty, and positive emotions, what we talk about, there is a strong correlation to this. It affirms one's body and its functions, maintaining strong sense of identity, self-esteem, and feeling valued as a person. A means of self-assertion. It protects us from anxiety because intimacy, sexual union, the feeling of security. It defies stereotypes, more particularly of aging related, pleasure of being touched, caressed, and romance, avenue for relationship growth and experience. So one can narrate almost 100 positive aspects related to this. Many of the times we just look into some of the very problematic areas and we feel try to come that is actually the part of life. Absolutely. Sex actually has many areas associated with that. Sexuality in relation to the intimacy, sensuality, orientation, reproduction, and behaviors. And for our presentation here, in fact, if anybody is interested in any of these soft copies of many of the books what we have published, I'd be more than happy to send them. Please do send a mail to me telling that you need this particular copies. So when we are trying to talk about human sexuality, it's a very broad domain. There are multiple aspects are involved. To confine ourselves for this particular juncture, identity issues I may not be going through significantly. Relationship and behavior, these are the two areas what I will be trying to touch upon. Purely a small discussion maybe about physiological functions and maybe very briefly touching upon certain problem areas actually one may encounter. Sex for the man and sex for the woman, there is a wide differentiation is there, and the Levine, he says there are actually there are about 7 components in this. One is that last, the 7th one, emotional satisfaction. Those who are positive about it, in fact, all those things you've spoken about a few minutes earlier related to the laughter, exercise, identity, various things like that. In fact, if it is something positive, in fact, it acts like a positive reinforcement. If somebody carries a very negative attitude, the personal inhibition and the range of difficulties actually what we talk about. And it is a biopsychosocial phenomenon. That means all related aspects, whether we are talking about our body, psychology, and where we live, the social aspects, all of them actually impinge upon what we talk about our behavior. Before going into the doctors in general, one very thing one can very specifically mention is actually these are the people who are highly stressful. Whether you are talking about studies, whether you are talking about practice, whether you are talking somebody as a faculty, this is one of the area compared to maybe many of the professions. In fact, we are actually much more stressful than possibly many others. And maybe in a very short while, I may not be able to describe what are these particular words, what I mean by stress, what I mean by anxiety, what I mean by jokingly, I thought I'll put one small comment. Stress, see, when we feel certain small minor changes, actually, we can appreciate. Anxiety, when your girlfriend is pregnant, that means it is little more than what we talk about, what stress produces difficulty. Maybe the panic, when you are both girlfriend and wife, they are pregnant. And depression or tragedy, you have not done anything, but both are pregnant. You got the point. So the whole range of our psychological concepts, actually, I have tried to describe to you what actually, at what extent, what one can understand related to this particular aspect. But there are people who manage the stress very significantly without much difficulty. But there are a lot of others who are actually prone, and what actually has been told, somebody who is conscientious, hardworking, systematic, orderly, responsible, disciplined, this is the fellow who is likely to suffer from a range of psychiatric disorders, including sexual problems. And medical professionals are extremely prone for this particular personality pattern. The way you started your first MBBS until now, you have been ingrained to look into the life in a very different fashion. And this particular aspect of being orderly and systematic itself produces a range of difficulty. We are all well aware that our constitution and early upbringing is a very important point which determines our personality and type of stresses one may be going through. But all said and done, somebody went through stresses itself means actually, in fact, he has learned certain capacity to manage the things. So this is one of the very important aspects. And when we look at who is actually likely to suffer from more, see that decision latitude and psychological demands a job makes. From that angle, say maybe the natural scientists, the bird watchers, the least supposed to be stressful. All medical professionals are under stress. And this is actually going to speak on their family life and their sexual life too. And when we try to look at we try to take things in a much different fashion, and which I am going to talk about another 1 or 2 minutes later. And we are all well aware this is the COVID time. Frontline workers are warriors, and actually they're involved in duties which are far beyond the regular working hours, and working in an environment which is actually very stressful and painful, and even they can't meet their relatives, close people and children and all. In fact, they're all actually, they have infected the people in a very significant way. COVID-19 has affected all of us, and we are actually bombarded with information. And that actually producing, if we are trying to talk about general public is one aspect, even as a medical people, what is right, what is wrong, and what to do and what not to do, and the whole rate of performance to guidelines actually being given. These are all actually producing significant issues, and affecting the relationship is one of them. We did almost around 14 to 15 publications we have related to this, and one of the online survey related to the lockdown and related area. Psychological health, not only in India and the whole of many of the Asian countries, what actually published, but we actually reviewed. And we are also aware, earlier people used to get on the throat of doctors, and we are all well aware of that particular point. But then we are also aware that even during COVID time, he might be sacrificing his life and working on, but all said and done, here too actually people creating problems is one of the very important documented thing. And if you try to look at it, there are 3 dimensions to the burnout in healthcare, because we are investing ourselves so much. This emotional exhaustion, feeling low at personal accomplishment, depersonalization of the patient. We can't do anything. In fact, we are losing somebody. He's actually going to speak on his health and personality in a very significant way. The professional isolation, working in a difficult situation, long hours, ambiguous success. You are not sure whether you are successful or not, because you might have tried your level, but still he is not fully all right. Unreciprocated giving, failure to live up to one's own expectations, personality variables, all of these things speak on this. And a new concept, terminology has come, what is called as compassion fatigue. There is something used to be different type of syndromes where we have our own perpetrators of difficulties which start appreciating. So the state of exhaustion and dysfunction is speaking on them and leading to what we basically call as hopeless, helpless, confusion, isolation, exhaustion, feeling of being overwhelmed by work. These are all very common things actually physicians are going through. And this compassion fatigue, whether it is actually post-traumatic stress disorder, what we talk about, whether it is related to that, because all the features we talk about, like say hyperarousal, avoidance, re-experiencing, many of the doctors are going through. What is actually happening because of this? In fact, self-care, doctors are miserable at this. Less doctor visits for themselves. They hardly show to the other colleague or friend also to that they're having hypertension, diabetes, what need to be done. They believe that they can manage themselves. Actually, that's one of the main problems. Willing to work when sick. In fact, they don't want patients to do that, but colleagues and themselves, they do this. And denial and avoidance, and leading to a whole range of coping strategies and difficulties related to it. Women, little more. We are all well aware women can do this multitasking, and medical moms. In fact, this is another extra added difficulty to them, and the exhaustion and burnout are very, very common. And to get into a level of the doctors are very successful. He's having a car, he's having a bungalow, he's having money, he's having this, he's having position, power, one may talk about, but the range of things what he has to go through to do this particular thing, people actually don't look at it. And there was actually a study wherein, if we try to take out our eating time, sleeping and working time and all these type of things, approximately about 9 years are left for a person. This is for a non-medical person. You add another about 4 to 5 hours minus in this. That means for a doctor, only 4 to 5 years are left for is all the actually called the enjoyment of the life. And even that, as somebody was telling, even Sundays we work and a lot of other such related things lead to quite a bit of difficulty. We are missing out something. So what is one of the major advice before I get into exactly the sexual issue? Don't expect someone to reduce your work. You shall resist the change. You shall not take too much of a weight on your head actually. Remember what is actually holy thee. You have some understanding of your limits, what you can go through. Working alone is not the answer. In fact, just working is not going to add. In fact, how actually you can improve this thing, majority of these changes what we are talking about has to come from the doctors themselves. If you don't actually show interest in this particular area, you are likely to land. Being as a person with power, in fact, position to quite a few of this type of things, but unfortunately, trouble with sex is one of the extremely important component. And when we are trying to talk about sex, the relationship and other related matters are very, very important in our understanding. And when we are trying to elaborate on that, there are plenty of data is available. You want to, in fact, stay young and healthy, sex is one of the most important. How it is, I'm going to look into each of these type of areas in a little brief time. And we have quite a bit of publications related to this. See, one of the editorial we wrote on sexual behavior in the days of COVID-19 is easily downloadable from Journal of Psychosexual Health. Anybody can easily access this one. And sexuality, sexual well-being, intimacy during COVID-19 pandemic, and advocacy perspective. What one need to do. In fact, Indian Psychiatric Society has taken a major lead in making people understand that these are all extremely important components we cannot get. This time, we are all well aware, we are through webinars. Yesterday, I was there for almost about 7 hours and different, starting from the one meeting to the other. And this is actually leading to quite a bit of difficulty. And these webinars actually leading to a lot many other things. In fact, the COVID-19 to some extent, and these webinars, we are sitting somewhere, concentrating merely on maybe the laptop, and in the meantime, munching something and the junk and other related things along with drinks and all. Actually, these are all recipe for actually spoiling the health in general. When we are trying to talk about sex, communication and relationships are extremely important components. Without this, one cannot think of actually one's life. And people actually, in fact, we have forgotten actually to talk to one another. In fact, we are all, somebody asked the question also, just in fact, you can ask at the end of the question. In fact, this may be the thing, we have got used to the system. And initially when lockdown came and the studies actually people started doing, may not be applicable to the doctors, but this is all true with anybody who stayed in the work for at home and in fact, what was the understanding. Initially, we felt so much of changes have come for the good. Almost 14% said their sex life has improved, and almost about 20% said their relationship is a much better place now. But little while later, in fact, when we just looked into what actually precisely happened, in fact, people started understanding, my husband is so good, I never knew. My wife is so good, actually, I never knew. These are the few of the understanding what possibly came maybe a little while. And but around 30% and another about 40% said that sex life has declined. In between, another about 1/3 of the people, somewhere this side and that side. What it means is, in quite a few families, the problems increased significantly. It has gone to the level of divorce and other related aspects. In fact, much more problem. Much longer time they stayed together, people were able to understand the difficulties are in fact the bad thing about the person. That was another actually component which led to quite a bit of difficulties and what we are seeing nowadays. Constantly, almost for a year now, we are going through stress, and this long-term stress is likely to speak on each and every system in our body, and sexual life is actually one of the other things. And there is an exacerbation of diabetes, vascular and other related problems to each and every medical problem and surgical problems one may talk about, but all said and done, we as doctors are also much more prone for. We have not bothered to, or in fact, we are much more prone way you have become for the hypertension, coronary artery disease, alcohol as one of the source for relieving the difficulties, to smoking. Each of these type of things actually, if somebody is for the sake of actually relieving oneself from the stress, he has landed up himself in a much more different area of difficulties. We are all well aware, all these metabolic syndromes we talk about, directly, indirectly, cause and defect, they produce difficulties in our body and mind in general. And in fact, sexual life is another area which actually likely to get affected. Coming to relationship, let us look into one or two small areas in the available time. So when we are talking about relationship, there are a few things very commonly, in fact, expounded. Intimacy, sensuality, sex and sexuality. We are all well aware sex and sexuality is very broad terminology. It speaks about each and every aspect of our life in a big way. Whereas intimacy and sensuality, these are the terms very frequently used, but one may be actually having difficulty in understanding this. In fact, another way people try to classify this one is actually a participative sex, relational sex, and penetrative sex. But all said and done, each of these areas actually the people have got affected. When we say word intimacy, there are multiple aspects are involved. How one gets attracted, the attachment style, family dynamics, identity issues, self-esteem. In fact, one can narrate many other aspects actually. And what we have seen, if somebody liked, in fact, spouse or the person, if they are having good understanding, they liked each other, the problems are less. In fact, in a relationship or family where both of them are quite friendly, in fact, this is what that word repeatedly has been spoken. In fact, there is not much difficulty at all there. But don't take your laptop to the bedroom. This is one of the story we talk about. People spending much of the time in front of the TV. In fact, the whole concept of difficulty that has come up, and that is what is called, the new terminology called as cyber widow. It is almost like he is there, but he is not there. In fact, this is one of the concepts which is actually creating havoc in the life. And when we talk to the ladies, in fact, worst possible husbands may be the doctors. In fact, not many people are highly romantic and spending time together, but this fellow or she is literally busy with the range of actually their professional involvement, which leads to quite a bit of difficulty. In fact, given the choice, in fact, I could do something like that. And one of the poem written by one of the wife of a doctor, when I became a doctor's wife, all the romance went out of my life. When there is a crescent moonlight, it reminds him of falciparum gametocyte. If I hold his hand with sudden impulse, he thinks I want to check his pulse. Once on his shoulder, I put my head. Do you have torticollis? Worried, he said. When my face flushes with pleasure, he rushes to check my blood pressure. My eyes stare at your handsome face, I tease. He thinks I suffer from Graves' disease. When on his lap, I put my face, he tries to elicit the Babinski sign. When I dress up and ask his opinion, conscious, cooperative, well-oriented is his decision. Yes, full of diseases in this poor fellow's life. Really true. In fact, many partners literally having married the doctors, in fact, to the same story, maybe in a little different fashion. We always tell, see, for example, your husband is not appreciating you the type of food, very nice food what you have prepared, but he is eating well means he's showing appreciation. In fact, that means much more extra sacrifice or maybe extra adjustment the partner or spouse need to actually make in this whole relation aspect. This is what Mugabe has told. Why actually the doctors don't share with their partners? In fact, you cannot discuss malaria with mosquito. This is one of the things. In fact, she is the cause for my headache. Or if I talk to her and she becomes upset, she becomes stressful, she does it this particular way. Or this fellow has no time for me to discuss and deal with. Many of these type of things are extremely common in the relationship. And this is one of the photos that we can take it. I have one daughter, and what is precisely has happened in this COVID time, just wanted to just project that particular aspect. Intimacy problems are plenty during this particular time. And what are the problems? But one of the things what we can try to look at is actually this COVID-19 has brought the social distancing. We almost always talk about the touch and other related things are extremely important in the life, but all said and done, this has created difficulty. And what actually one can do? In fact, I'm well aware of quite a few doctors who actually find it difficult, even this COVID time, with the amount of knowledge, that there is so much of fear associated with that. Masturbation, best and the safest. Mutual and reliable partner, in fact, absolutely there is no problem. Use of sex toys, vibrators, watching pornography, blue sex, online sexting, watching movies, romantic otherwise. In fact, all these things are absolutely fine with. The strangers, anybody new, kissing, anal sex, use of condom, and few of these type of things. Of course, one need to definitely be careful about is one of the messages. Sensuality is one more area. What it actually means is actually the experience of pleasure from one's senses and being aware of and appreciation of one's body. In fact, many times, in fact, people feel upset about it. I still remember one of my colleague telling the other lady doctor, see, while coming on the way, your husband was looking at all the ladies. But her very prompt answer was, more hungry, that much better. This is actually the theme. If somebody can take things a little lightly, actually things can work for a much better fashion. So sensuality is referable to, in fact, a lot of things what we do. maybe taking bath, showering, and maybe the lighting candles, getting one's hair done, or eating a wonderful meal, wearing a silky underwear, singing, holding hands, you name, all of these things might be fine. But let me tell you, during this COVID time, the doctors have become worst possible way they present. Even when we are trying to look at, they are going to be seen on the video, but he might not have shaven himself, not combed hair, and maybe not taken bath, and puts the coat on and actually sits. And anybody partner who is close by definitely will actually find it more difficult dealing with. Don't neglect your personal appearance. Extremely important. You have done a great job so far, and this particular COVID time should not be actually the one. For many men in general, and even for the doctors, in fact, sex means actually something like the screwing. What it means is nut bolt phenomenon, but it is not so. Nowadays, we are all well aware gadgets. I just press the button and I am there on the screen. But in the same fashion, my partner should respond because I am pressing some button. It is not going to work in that particular fashion at all. So there are few very specific steps that have been given. Regular sex and frequency, extremely important. I'm going to talk 1 or 2 minutes later of this. Touch, one of the key important source for what we basically call the pleasure and related things. Diversity from genital sex. Use your imagination and fantasy. Diet and exercise sensibly. Capitalize on your assets. Stress reduction techniques, extremely important. Stop smoking and avoid alcohol. Avoid sex offender drugs. And wherever necessary, when called for, don't hesitate taking help. What actually has been said, sex is something like use or lose. Somebody who started early will continue to be, in fact, active much later part of the life. And when somebody, in fact, avoids, in fact, somebody loses a lot of things. In fact, libido is one of the very important point actually that gets affected because of this particular whole process. You are not going to be successful, or in fact, the partner is not likely to appreciate you very much because you have brought the necklace. It is only the very transient. In fact, feeling happy about oneself is different from the pleasure-related aspect. So, necklace is not the answer at all. As actually Katrina Kaif says, a girl doesn't like, in fact, to go after this for 6 packs in men. That means this is little more than that actually what is actually necessary. So, communication and relationship, extremely important components in the relationship. And you have to definitely spend some time. The touch. In fact, this is one of the things. If you are trying to talk about inhibited female sexuality in general, the whole treatment based on this particular factor. Spend some time together is one of the important message actually that many doctors are absolutely very poor in sending the message. I had one professor who used to, in fact, after about 15 years after marriage, he wanted to send one card to his wife, had gone to the shop, but that shop was closed by the time. He was telling Rao, I came to buy this card, but today shop is closed, unfortunately. But that is not going to work at all like that. In fact, keep communication open, extremely important. Maybe spend some time, maybe a selfie, maybe in fact, how you spend time going to make a whole lot of difference. Sex is a conversation carried out by another means, what Peter Agustino mentioned, and women like appreciation. Man also likes appreciation. When was the last time we told you look beautiful, or you have done very good cooking, or maybe you have taken care of me so nicely? In fact, these are all hardly usually spoken at all. It is understood. This is actually one of the very common comment actually people say, but it doesn't work that way. The excellent performance comes from the excellent mood, and the partner is the best aphrodisiac. In fact, if somebody can invest on this particular relationship, that's what actually it is going to work on. The laughter and exercise, these two things are extremely important components. In fact, I always say that exercise and sex both are same only. The only point of difference is actually you fix the ass and move the legs. That is called bicycling, and maybe the fix the arms and move the ass. In fact, there is sex. In fact, that means there is a strong relationship between these two. And the laughter, who doesn't like it? In fact, don't take life too seriously. What was mentioned is extremely important. Go to the kitchen and do something. In fact, rather than you are yourself preoccupied with your own this thing, maybe doing certain things together can bring about wonderful things. And whether this is for the young people only, whether you are old, in fact, both the things. I jokingly sometimes say, go to the kitchen, cut some vegetables, walk towards bedroom. The wife will follow you like a lamb. In fact, it works. In fact, this is one of the very important message. When there is a problem, there are plenty of treatments are available. One may be talking about counseling, but multiple drugs are available. And very specifically now, in fact, this century is the century where the treatment for sexual problems available in so many ways. One should make it so. Even a very extreme situation also, there are actually the treatment and techniques available, how one can actually manage. And one important point, actually, almost always I convey the message is actually this, that blue pill of Pfizer too. In fact, whatever color it may want to come, don't hesitate in using PDE5 inhibitors. Short acting, maybe sildenafil citrate to maybe long acting tadalafil, and so many other things have come. In fact, they are all absolutely safe drugs, and if you are well aware of what is actually the relative contraindications what they may have, be sure that you use it. So in almost about 30 minutes for the time given to me, as a conclusion, sex is the ultimate expression of it. To be able to give pleasure to be a beloved person and at the same time receive it is a unique experience, and this seems to be like a small miracle. And with that, there are another one or two small statements. Don't ever neglect, either in the patient or in your own life, sexuality aspect. Contempt of sexuality is a crime against life, and you need to change. Bring the man-woman magic in your life. This is actually one of the message of my presentation. Those who want to understand and read about it, in fact, the clinical practice guidelines published by the Indian Psychiatric Society is available, open access. Anybody can easily actually can download this particular from our site. And we publish a journal called a Journal of Psychosexual Health, and we carry a lot of articles, and many of the articles are in relation to the relationship and the related aspects. Easily available and easily downloadable, and anybody has any difficulty, they can just contact me on this particular email, casesround19@gmail.com. We'll be able to send the soft copy to, and we can keep you on our mailing list too. But I've already spoken to Dr. Sharda and Vaishali that please do transmit this particular last few publications which are there to all the members who are interested. With this, exactly 30 minutes. Thank you very much. And I have enjoyed some of the presentation. I definitely positively congratulate the organizers for conducting such wonderful program. In fact, I heard more than 600 to 700 people are watching it. It is one of the very great job, and it only shows doctors, if they mind, they can do wonderful job. And one of the neglect area, sex and relationship, do concentrate to you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir, for very informative and innovative.
Stop sharing. Here's on.
Dr. Rao, your sharing has been stopped already.
Okay. Done. Wait a minute.
Dr. Shailaja ma'am, you can just stop share sharing, and you can share it again in some time.
Gallery view. Any questions are there?
Dr. Rao, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes. Okay, I can hear.
Yeah, there is a question. One person wants to know whether the rate of pregnancy has increased in the lockdown period.
Yes. One of the joke is actually one boy who was around 12 years old. He came running and told something wrong has happened. I have lost half of my property. How come you have lost half of your property? In fact, his comment was, my mother has become pregnant. That means that particular simple activity. There are actually reports to say that there is increased number of pregnancies, increased number of divorces. In fact, it is a two-side short sword actually. So problems.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So, in your experience, do you really think that the sexual related problems are more in medicos than in the general population, or they are more or less in your long career as a psychiatrist?
The point here is actually with the medical people, take medical profession too seriously. In fact, they believe that they are born on this earth to take care of the world in general, and they are too serious with everything. In fact, odd hours, spending more time, predominantly, primarily involved with the medical profession. So because of which, I'm not telling it these are all wrong things, but all said and done, somebody, this life work balance has to meet. Because of this, in fact, the number of reported divorces and other related problems among the medical professions is actually extremely high. When they have problems, in fact, there are others who come and seek help, but medical people hardly they come and seek help, and it is self-medication and other related things, and till it becomes a problematic. I can tell you, even a simple thing like diabetes, hypertension not being treated. In fact, they don't take seriously. In fact, these are all few of the things. I'm not telling this is applicable to all the people, but this is not. We may not have exact figures related to this. Say, for example, suicide. A time was there when people used to talk about psychiatrists are highly prone for suicide, but then the highest supposed to be among the surgeons and more particularly among the gynecologists. So this is the area. The life work balance is actually, there is something missing in many of the medical people.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Any other question?
No.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
This will move to the next topic, parenting in medicals by Shailaja Madam. I request Yasin to introduce today's speaker.
Our next speaker, Dr. Shailaja Mane. She has done an MD in pediatrics. She has done a PG diploma in adolescent pediatrics. PG diploma in
Hello. Yeah, our next speaker, Dr. Shailaja Mane. She has done her MD in pediatrics. She has done her PG diploma in adolescent pediatrics, a PG diploma in psychological counseling, in medical legal sciences, in bioethics and humanity by UNESCO. She is a professor and a HOD in the Department of Pediatrics in Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College, Pune. She is also the founder and in charge of Yashoda Human Milk Bank at D.Y. Patil College. She is also a consultant at the Teens Clinic in Pune. She was the West Zone Coordinator, Bioethics Wing of UNESCO. She has more than 30 articles in her name in the national and international journals. She has also done 5 ICMR projects. She has publications in 2 books and reviewed 2 books. She is also the Adolescent Health Ambassador of India by the AHA. I welcome Madam to give her presentation.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, madam. You are audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. At the outset, I would like to thank my sincere thanks to IMA Solapur branch and whole team, Vaishali and whole team who had done wonderful and fantastic job. Hearty congratulations. More than 600, around 700 delegates are there. You have done amazing job in particularly COVID time, online. Great. Parenting in medicos. Actually, previous speakers had done my job very easy, explaining about marriage and other things, but I feel parenting remains same in all, like medicos, non-medicos, but there are certain differences, certain benefits and certain problems with medicos, which I will tell as and when required and then later on. I will like to acknowledge AKI, Association of Adolescent and Child Care in India, for giving me permission to use few slides of AKI parenting model, which we are taking regularly. This is the outline of my talk. So what do you think? How many of you have done training about parenting? Because parenting is an art of bringing up children, and this is science too. But most of us had not done any formal training actually. But do the adolescents think about their parents that they should learn parenting? Mind it, I have taken many sessions with adolescents and they always feel that our parents should learn how to do parenting. So let us think, how many of you have read about, at least reading about normal growth, development, milestones, diet, how to bring up them. With context of this topic, I have done this discussion with many of our colleagues and many medico parents. Most of them have said, जसं जमल तसं करतो आम्ही parenting. नाही, आम्ही असं काही घेतलं नव्हतं. Even myself had done adolescent health course when my son was around 9 years of age. Because that time I realized that I need to learn something. And most of the adolescent health physician had joined with some interest of adolescent health, something to know. But in parenting, particularly in medicals, they feel that everything they know, but really not. So why parenting is problematic many times, that suppose if you are starting parenting without any knowledge of what changes of adolescent or any child is going through, mental, physical, psychological, psychosocial, what we will do? Even if you are very committed, dedicated, loving parent, you are bound to handle the child and adolescent with some incorrect way or something which is not correct way without meaning to do so, and it can result in parent child or parent teen conflict particularly. So coming to basic rules of parenting, actually parenting is a universal phenomenon with lot of diversity depending upon the part of the world, culture, in country, in families. Every family is unique. Each and every child parent situation is different, and learning is by experience alone without any scope for serious mistakes. Particularly many parents say that our first child we were just experimenting, and for the second child we could do better parenting. And nowadays many families are having only single child, so that child is having all plus and minus things. By the time it is said that by the time a man realizes that maybe his father was right, he usually has a son who thinks that he is not right. So what are the contributors to the development of the child? Home environment and parenting has a major role in upbringing of the children by many studies. The influence of media has drastically increased in the last decade, and particularly in COVID pandemic, to the increase with the help of use of mobile and internet by all family members, not only children. So what are the important parental tasks? Actually caring, responding to the needs, establishing closeness, particularly quality and quantity time, which is very difficult for the medico parents, we understand. Helping to be independent. Our main aim of the parenting should be to help them to stand on their own feet. त्यांच्या पंखामध्ये बळ येणं हेच आपलं पेरेंटिंगचं मेन उद्दिष्ट असलं पाहिजे ॲक्च्युली. ॲक्सेप्टिंग द इंडिव्हिज्युअलिटी, नर्चरिंग सेल्फ एस्टीम, accepting our own limitations as parents, unlimited patience, this is very important, and providing supportive environment to the children. Particularly when our child is small, we are hugging, kissing that child. But whenever that child grows up and enters into the teenage, we are giving physical distance to them. So it should not happen, because physical touch and other communications are very important. Caring for them, spending quality and quantity time with them is very important. Unless we spend quantity time, because many medical parents say that we are giving quality time, but always we should remember that there is no quality without any quantity. So we have to have some family time and balance, as prior speaker has already insisted and stressed upon, is very important. These are the steps for the parenting. Ensure confidentiality, what your child or adolescent is telling you. Acknowledge their concern. Filter out their important points and paraphrase. नाहीतर काय, अरे तेवढ्याला काय एक पिंपल आलं ना, कशाला तू टेन्शन घेतो, सोडून दे, असं म्हणून उपयोग नाही. कारण त्यांच्या त्या वयामध्ये तो एक पिंपल जो आहे ते त्यांचं पूर्ण इमोशनल टर्मोइल होत असतो त्यांच्या मनामध्ये. किंवा आपले जी उदाहरणं आपण खूप वेळा देतो, अरे माझ्या जमान्यात असं होतं, माझ्या जमान्यात तसं होतं. दॅट शुड नॉट हॅपन. Identify the weakest and strongest link of your child. Discuss positive assets and resources. Set the goal together and set the rational goal. whatever child feels, particularly in adolescence and career time is there. Identify obstacles and means to overcome that together. That is very important. नाहीतर तू माझा खूप प्रिय आहेस जर तू पहिला आलास तर, जर तू हे केलंस तर, जर तू ते केलंस तर. नाही, अनकंडिशनल लव्ह इज इम्पॉर्टंट. Chalk out exact doable plan of action. Sit across over the table with them. Assign homework to everybody, particularly in COVID time, and medico family, because medicos are not having holiday in COVID. They are having more work, particularly in this period. So we should take our children and adolescents and every member of the family into action, and that will reduce the workload on the lady of the family. Praise their efforts, even if it is small one. Praise their efforts. They may not do it correctly initially, but at least praising and encouraging them is very important. And later on, there will be improved outcome. This is the mnemonic actually. Daily routine should be followed. Informal talk with them should be done. We should set the limits. Consistency should be there, whatever rules and regulations are put forth. Ignore their minor misbehaviors and mischiefs also. Learn to have fun in life. Prior speakers have already insisted. Give positive strokes and positive remarks. Give unconditional love. Involve entire family, grandparents, extended family members, cousins, and everybody. It should work as a team. There should not be any nagging or labeling, particularly. If certain behavior is wrong, what all other feel, then we should address that behavior and not that person. तू असा आहेस, तू तसा आहेस असं म्हणण्याच्या ऐवजी तुझं हे जे वागणं आहे ना, ते खरं तर हे अशा पद्धतीनं नको आहे, हे चांगलं नाही वाटत, किंवा अशा पद्धतीनं. वी शुड ॲड्रेस द बिहेवियर ॲट दॅट टाइम अँड नॉट ॲज अ पर्सन. That will not harm the self-esteem. There should be always empathy and education about it. Coming to various types of parenting, there are broadly 4 categories. Uninvolved parents. They provide little guidance, nurturing or attention is not there at all. Permissive parenting. Don't enforce any rules. Kids will be kids असं म्हणून, मुलं ही मुलंच असतील म्हणून जे काय करायचं ते त्यांना ते करू देतात. ते authoritative parenting. Authoritative create positive relationship and enforce rules. Authoritarian is focus on obedience, punishment, over discipline, Hitler shahi sarkha. So authoritative parenting, so we should think what is our parenting style out of this. We'll explain a little bit. When we are having this warm and accepting corner and demanding corner, and cold and unaccepting and undemanding. So this is neglectful parenting, this is permissive parenting, this is authoritative and authoritarian. These are the few peaks about it. Actually, when we are having high responsiveness and low warmth, this is low and this is high responsiveness and warmth. This is low and this is high on x-axis, control and strictness and demandingness. So in this corner, we are having permissive parenting, which is avoid confrontation, having very few rules, indulgent, accepting whatever is there. Then low expectation, काय तुला काय करायचं ते कर. So you are the boss, okay? Then uninvolved, where there is very low, both are low, control and strictness and warmth is very low. Competing priorities, there is neglectful parenting, passive, uninterested, they are not giving any time. So you are on your own, children are on their own. Authoritarian parenting, where both of the high, this demandingness is high and warmth is low. So they are having high expectation, little warmth. Autocratic, structural environment, they are giving punishments. Emotionally, they are distant. There is overpower of the adult. Then there are very clear-cut and strict rules. And that father or that parents are saying, because I have said it, you have to do it, like a Hitler Shahi. Then what is authoritative? It is responsive. Power is there with both children and adults, parents as well. There is high expectation, but there is clear understanding and standard also. It is like a democratic way, and assertiveness is there, and they are flexible too. So they sit and say, let's talk about it, how to go ahead. So authoritative parenting is usually very good. And these are the 2 things which we have already explained. This is a cartoon which we can explain in a pictorial way. Apart from these 4, we are having another parenting styles, few other which are not very common, but nowadays we are able to see it, particularly in medicos. What type of parent you are, you should see. What is lawnmower? Lawnmower parenting is tend to mow down all the children's challenges डिस्कम्फर्ट्स अँड स्ट्रगल्स, म्हणजे आम्ही ह्या त्रासातून गेलो, तुम्ही ह्याच्यातून नाही गेलं पाहिजे. म्हणतात ना पुढच्या स्टेस मागचा शहाणा. पण असं खूप वेळा प्रत्येक वेळा होत नाही. प्रत्येकाला आपली आपली ठेस खाऊन थोडं थोडं शिकत जावं लागतं आणि मग शहाणपण येत जातं. आणि वी कॅन नॉट गिव्ह अ रेड कार्पेट टू देम. Helicopter parenting, this is very common in particularly medicos, what I have seen. They tend to hover and this can continue through college also. म्हणजे हेलिकॉप्टर सारखं कंटिन्युअसली ते काय करतात आपली मुलं हे बघत राहतात. देन फ्री रेंज पेरेंटिंग, दे अलाव देअर किड्स टू वॉक टू द स्कूल ऑर अ नियर बाय प्ले ग्राउंड अलोन ऑल्सो. म्हणजे एकटं कुठं जाऊ नकोस वगैरे असं नसतं, हळूहळू त्यांना इंडिपेंडेंट करतात. देन अटॅचमेंट पेरेंट यूज नॅचरल क्लोजनेस रादर दॅन द clock to determine their baby's needs. म्हणजे physical closeness is more. Tiger parenting, particularly it is said that tiger mom. And they are known for putting excellence in academics and carefully chosen extracurricular above leisure time. म्हणजे extracurricular मधून पण काहीतरी आलं पाहिजे. And they are always means वाघासमोर शेळी बांधल्यासारखं मुलांचं होतं. Then elephant parenting, they value encouragement over academic or athletic success, that and they are having physical closeness as well. So these are the few other times. There are some other subtypes of it, but we'll not go into the details in view of time constraint. So in short, parenting styles shows there are 4 major parenting styles: authoritative parenting, high control and high warmth; authoritarian parenting, high control and low warmth; permissive parenting, low control and high warmth; neglecting parenting, both are low control and warmth, both are. So parenting, positive parenting is very important. So 3L, love, limit and latitude. Love your teenager or love your child. Be affectionate. Hug your teen. मग जादू की झप्पी लहानपणापासून देणं फार महत्वाचं आहे. त्या जादूच्या झप्पीमध्ये खूप वेगवेगळे प्रकारचे फिलिंग्स असतात आणि त्याच्यातून खूप मोठे पेरेंट्सला सुद्धा आणि मुलांना सुद्धा फायदे होत असतात. सो मुलं मोठी झाले की त्यांना फिजिकली आपण जे डिस्टन्सिंग करतो असं नाही झालं पाहिजे. इव्हन फॉर टीनेजर जादूची झप्पी एकदा तरी दिवसभरात दिली पाहिजे. प्रोव्हाइड अ शोल्डर टू क्राय अपॉन अनकंडिशनली. Unconditional love and unconditional support is very important. Avoid lecturing and be coercive. Connect with your teenager and child with acceptance, thorough acceptance. तू जसा आहेस तसा, तू जशी आहेस तशी मला आवडतीस. तू जेव्हा आपण एखादा पर्सन ऍक्सेप्ट करतो, त्याचे पॉझिटिव्ह निगेटिव्ह स्ट्रेंथ्स अँड विकनेस बोथ आपण ऍक्सेप्ट करतो, तसंच आपल्या मुलांच्या बाबतीत आपण ठेवलं पाहिजे. सेट रिझनेबल लिमिट्स. पर्टिक्युलरली प्रत्येक फॅमिलीचं वेगवेगळं शेड्यूल असतं. तातच्या आत घरात काही फॅमिलीमध्ये असेल किंवा काही फॅमिलीमध्ये वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे मतलब हे असतील, त्यांचे गाईडलाईन्स असतील किंवा त्यांचे रूल्स, व्हॉट वी कॅन से. सो we should have clear-cut boundaries, set the clear-cut boundaries and guidelines. Use your teen's temperament to set the limits whenever they are having. आणि हे फक्त टीनेजर मध्ये किंवा मोठं झाल्यावर नाही होऊ शकत, लहानपणापासूनच त्यांना त्या सवयी लावायला लागतात. Parenting is like riding a horse. Keep a control on reins. Always agree upon the rules with your teenager ahead of time and state your expectation. आमच्या काळात असं नव्हतं, आमच्या काळात तसं नव्हतं, हे जर आपण सांगत राहिलो ना, फक्त इथपर्यंत आपले शब्द पोहोचतात. जेव्हा आपण हे शब्द सुरू करतो, बोलायला सुरू करतो, ते शटडाऊन देअर ऑल इयर्स. आपण बोलत राहतो आणि त्यांच्या डोक्याच्या आत काही शिरत नाही. बी कन्सिस्टंट विथ एन्फोर्समेंट अँड प्रिसाइज रूल शुड बी नीडेड. द लेझर द रूल, बेटर द इम्प्लिमेंटेशन. खूप मोठं लिस्ट करू नका. Limits to be observed without fail and it should be consistent and it should be for all family members. फक्त मुलांसाठी रूल असं नाही, सगळ्या फॅमिली मेंबर्ससाठी. So but as per my observation, adolescents do not expect total freedom. 100% आम्हाला फ्रीडम नको आहे, but they want parents to set some reasonable and mutually agreeable limits. They feel safer when they know how far they can go. हे त्यांच्या आपल्याकडून त्यांना क्लॅरिटी हवी असती. So what are the effects of it? Parenting styles and effects on children. Authoritarian parenting असेल तर low self esteem होतो मुलांमध्ये and they become independent throughout the life. Understand that this childhood and teenager, they will not change into the adulthood. That personality, what is shaped in this tender age, that will continue as a adulthood also. So if there is negligent parenting, they are governed by outsiders, they can fall victim for the media or even peers or any other person. If there is permissive parenting, children will have impulsive behavior, erratic behavior, they will have aimless life, there will not be any self-control. They will not be focused on their goals also. In submissive parenting, children will be disobedient, careless, then defiant, disobedient. They will have antisocial behavior, even substance use, and that criminal. Many studies are there when the criminals are having research on the criminals was done. These are the common findings which are seen. If there is authoritative parenting, there is high self-confidence, which should be the aim for the parents to have their children very high confidence. They are emotionally stable, and children are willing to negotiations as well. So this is much balanced type of personality in children they will have. So authoritative parenting is very important. Second is provide latitude. Teenagers are seeking independence and autonomy when child passes into the teenage group. Foster growth by providing choices. Listen to the teen, and teen do best when they are given the chance to make decisions. खूप वेळा असं होतं की मुलांना आपण इन्व्हॉल्वच करत नाही आपल्या फॅमिली डिसिजनमध्ये, किंवा डिसिजन घ्यायलाच आपण त्यांना संधी देत नाही. असं होतं की शाळेत जायचा डिसिजन त्यांचा आपला पेरेंट्सचा असतो, कोणत्या शाळेत जायचं, कोणतं मीडियम घ्यायचं, किंवा खूप मेडिको फॅमिलीजमध्ये अगदी कंपल्शन असतं की 10वी नंतर काय करायचं, 12वी नंतर काय करायचं, एवढं मोठं हॉस्पिटल आहे, कर्ज घेतलेलं आहे, आम्ही एवढे कष्ट केलेले आहेत, तर तू डॉक्टरच हो, लाईक दॅट. आणि मग नंतर त्यांना इव्हन लग्नाचा डिसिजन खूप वेळा पेरेंट्सचाच असतो. आजकाल थोडी परिस्थिती बदलली आहे, जसं सरांनी सांगितलं, तर त्यांना डिसिजन मेकिंग कॅपॅसिटीज डेव्हलप होऊ शकत नाही. सो वी शुड गिव्ह देम चान्स टू get involved into the decision making of any small and big things in the family. Give unconditional love. So what is generation gap? आता असं म्हटलं जातं की जनरेशन गॅप ही पेरेंट्स आणि चिल्ड्रनमध्ये नसते, पहिलं आणि दुसरं मूल यांच्यामध्ये असते. इतकं हे जनरेशन फास्ट झालेलं आहे. सो लॅक ऑफ अंडरस्टँडिंग बाय पेरेंट्स अबाउट नॉर्मल माइलस्टोन्स कॅन लीड टू जनरेशन gap and so-called rebellious attitude of the children, which is a normal behavior to certain extent. Particularly, adolescence is a critical stage of life when lifestyle choices and health-related behaviors are established. And this is the, I feel, most fascinating and challenging period of life. And this is the most challenging period for parents also. Because adolescence, this is the brain functional MRI of the adolescent. This is the 5-year-old child which is having immature brain, and this is the mature brain. So prefrontal cortex of adolescent brain is developing. And this is the more important because this is required for decision making, and their limbic system is at high. So emotional hikes are there. So executive functions of prefrontal brain, that is functions like rational judgment, consequences of action, impulse control is not there. So they are having impulsive behavior, and that matures around 25 years of age. So they are having this emotional brain is more at highly developed. So they are having hypothalamic limbic system, which is leading to various sets of emotions, and this matures earlier in the teenagers. So एक दुजे के लिए किंवा आपण जे म्हणतो की ज्या काळात पळून जाणे किंवा प्रेम करणे ह्या ज्या गोष्टी होतात हे जास्त प्रमाणात होतात, कारण इमोशनल ब्रेन इज मॅच्युरिंग faster than the before than the functional brain. So teach teens good pathways of dopamine reward, because all this happens because dopamine can be released with good and bad ways also. These are the bad ways like smoking, alcohol, junk food, then substance use, high risk taking behavior, fast driving करणे किंवा experimenting, drinking, driving, daredevil stunts. This is common normal development part of the adolescent behavior, because their brain is not mature, and we should teach them healthy ways like exercising, walking, using music, dancing, then hugging loved one, even pet also, then physical intimacy with the parents or some pets, outdoor and indoor games, reading good books, poems, drawing, paintings. So as a parent, we should find out some activity which we can do together. I know many medico parents who were not having liking to the football or particularly cricket, but for their boy or their son, they have started doing it. Though it is very important for adolescents, it may not be important for adults, but this is the time to be spent together, and that values a lot. There are various issues bothering to the parents, particularly in parenting, like discipline, growth concern, then sibling rivalry is common. Media addiction is very common nowadays, particularly in pandemic. Influences by others, particularly peers, scholastic problems, and parents are also going through middle-age concerns. What we say is hormonal storm, Parents are having menopause, andropause, and adolescents are having their all hormones are at high. So high volume dialogues are common, and time constraint is one of the major challenge, particularly in medicals. So it results into difficult adolescence. Sometimes it is a teenager, but many times it's us as parents which are difficult to manage. So this is the triangle: problems in the environment, problems in the family atmosphere, leading to problems in teenager. You can see many rights nowadays, teenagers are there because their brain can be easily hijacked by the politicians or anybody, in fact. So we must understand that our teens are having various stress levels of stress as compared to our generation. So stress can be due to family problems, communication back, over restriction, academic pressure, family values, in fact, then parent-peer conflicts, finances, even school and college problems, then societal problem, medical problems, chronic illness of any parent, physical changes themselves, then addictions. This all can lead to stress. Adolescents are media junkies nowadays. All the things are there in this book, but still they feel that youth find happiness in family ties and faith in the family. So as a parents, we are having major role in prevention. This what we say traffic light approach. We teach them that media glamorize risky behavior, but we should teach this traffic light. If there is red, stop. Yellow, think. If it is green for anything, go ahead. To discourage the risky behavior, we should encourage their education. Focus should be on education at that time. Share your values, but at proper time. Have at least one meal together. It is said that family that eats together stays together. Encourage religiosity and spirituality, which is protective. Know your teens' friends and their belief system. Encourage healthy eating, physical activity, and social services and hobbies, which gives healthy release of dopamine. So healthy lifestyle, because non-communicable diseases are at rise, particularly in pandemic, adolescents and even children had gained a lot of weight along with parents also. So healthy lifestyle is very important. We must remember that parents cannot replace or compete with peers or teens, because teens at this age group, peers are very important. Peer support, peer acceptance are very important for that particular age group in adolescent. But parents need to monitor if their teen is under positive or negative peer pressure. Encourage friends of your children or teens to come into your house and get in touch with their parents as well, and give positive influences. Help them to understand that short-term and long-term influence of negative peer pressure can affect their life as well. We should know that teens need privacy, but privacy does not mean that they are having some illegal thing or some unacceptable things always. So there are many things that they will like to keep with themselves, but teens may not find right words to express themselves. We must understand that, and we should be proactively communicating with them with various ways, like speaking, writing. एक पत्र लिहिलं किंवा एखादा मेसेज टाकला तरी खूप चांगल्या पद्धतीने त्यांना समजतं. And body language is very important because teens are very good at their body language. So effective communication is very important. We should not lose any opportunity to communicate with them. It may be some incidents in the community, some ad on the television or newspaper, and we should always allow some ventilation of thoughts and feelings from them. आपलंच सारखं सांगत बसायचं नाही. Help the teenager to verbalize. Maximum use of non-verbal tools like open-ended questions should be, म्हणजे तुझे मित्र कसे आहेत, काय म्हणतायत, किंवा काय चाललंय तुमचं, like that. Active listening is very important. And when teen is talking, we should not have distractions. मोबाईल बघतोय किंवा आपलं दुसरं काहीतरी चाललेलं आहे, पेशंटचं काहीतरी डोक्यात आहे, अशा वेळेस त्यांना लगेच कळतं आपलं बॉडी लँग्वेज अँड दे गेट शट डाऊन. असं 3-4 वेळा झालं की मग पुढच्या वेळेस ती मुलं मुली येतच नाहीत आपल्याशी बोलायला, किंवा त्यांचं जे काही चाललंय पर्सनल लाईफमध्ये ते शेअर नाहीत करत. So communicating with adolescent is very important. These are the don'ts and these are the do's. I will not go into the details. These are the few tips. We have already seen some of that. Be anonymous and consistent. Ignore minor misbehaviors. Positive parenting is very, very important. Love and connect, monitor and observe, guide and limit, model and consult, and provide and advocate whatever is required. As a parent, prevent and protection of the teens is very important from high-risk behavior, particularly nowadays. Help teen to undergo life skills education, which is very helpful for us as an adult also, which helps to which helps to improve the relationships as
4
well.
ते 4:30 मला हे करायचंय.
Coming to parenting by medicals particularly, we have seen that there is late marriage nowadays. Even sir had said 30, 32, 35, we have also observed. And because there is continued education even after marriage. They start family led by planning. They are having busy schedule, time constraint. There is lot of stress and multitasking involved. There is compensatory behavior की आपण आपल्या मुलांना वेळ नाही देऊ शकत, हे जे गिल्ट येतं मनामध्ये, त्याच्यामुळे ते सगळे मॅक्सिमम पेरेंट्स असं करतात की टॉईज किंवा गॅजेट्स देतात आणि मग त्यांना जे काही हवं ते करायला देतात. That can be also harmful. They are overworked and neglecting themselves, particularly in COVID pandemic, previous speaker had told. And they are neglecting family also. Food, rest, and all other things are very become precious nowadays. It can lead to other complications. Babysitters, maids, and even screen is now a babysitter, which is commonly used. मग आपल्या व्हॅल्यूज येणार की त्यांच्यामध्ये ह्या मेड आणि बेबीसिटर्सच्या व्हॅल्यू येणार. We should think on it. If there is family conflict, because particularly girls, lady in the family has to do so many responsibilities for the family and education, particularly in COVID pandemic, education online चालू आहे, त्यामुळे that is additional responsibility. Then there is guilt feeling predominantly in mothers की आपण आपल्या मुलाला वेळ देऊ शकत नाही आणि त्याचे अनेक कॉन्सिक्वेन्सेस दोघांमध्ये असू शकतात. फॅमिली टाइम शुड बी क्वांटिटी अँड क्वालिटी टाइम. हॉस्पिटल अक्वायर्ड इन्फेक्शन्स पर्टिक्युलरली इन कोविड पॅन्डेमिक असं एक फिलिंग सगळ्या मेडिकोजमध्ये आहे की आपल्यामुळे आपल्या मुलांना इन्फेक्शन व्हायला नको किंवा आपल्या पेरेंट्सना व्हायला नको. Sometimes it is seen that medico parents are over cautious, even over treat sometimes, or sometimes they might under treat some children, some minor issues in the family. Compulsion of the career we have already seen, particularly when big hospital is there, and mental health issues are increasing. In such situations, family support of grandparents is very, very important, which is supportive. Coming to advantages of medicos in parenting in medicos, actually they are medicos, so they know what is the early stimulation, recognition of developmental various stages, illness, or even treatment. They are having better understanding of children as compared to non-medicos. This is not the rule, always pendulum is there, but common findings. They are having better guidance about academically also. Monetary support, better lifestyle, respect, and all other benefits are always extended to children. And there is ready-made platform for their career, particularly medico children, because one generation or even many times 2-3 generations have worked, and they have to just continue and go ahead and go at the peak. So as a parents, we have to have stable and protective, nurturing environment, and family relationships are very important, particularly in school also. So coming to parenting in COVID pandemic, it is actually additional responsibility regarding schooling, teaching, household work, cooking, family conflicts are increasing, which sir had already told, divorces are increasing, and mental health issues are also increasing. So we should involve our children in household work also, and we should take their help also. So this is the main crux. Do not compare and never force your parental values. Remain connected wherever they are. Remain connected and openly display the rules. These are the magic words used frequently. We trust you. I can understand how you feel. I am always there with you. You should not worry. Have faith in yourself. You can do the best. We are friends. Teenagers need warm, loving, and accepting parents, even during conflicts also. So these are the don'ts. We should not have destructive criticism. We should not pass these comments. But still there are sometimes troubleshooting, but we should learn agree to disagree whenever required. Guide them, but always do not scold them. If you develop a good rapport with them, they are more likely to listen.
Madam,
yes, few minutes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We are running out of time. Can we wrap up the talk?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So these are the roles of the parents. Be a role model. Assume experimentation. Do not ignore their problems. Take care of yourself also. These are the life skills. So effective communication is the key, and positive parenting and strong family bonds are very important. Adult to adult communication is very important. I feel parenting is a sacred and honorable duty of rearing children with love and recognition. Perfect parenting is a myth, but we should try our best. And there is always a pendulum in the types of the parenting. So we should help them to become champions, and children are wealth of the nation and community, and our future is in our hands. I would like to say happy parenting, and this is the NGO with whom I'm working. And if anybody is willing to have further information, please contact. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your patient listening. Thank you. Hello.
Being some time with us. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, madam. Very aptly said that there is no perfect parenting. So good enough parenting is also a perfect parenting. I request Mr. Chirag to present e-moment for Shailaja, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Now we move to the next topic, that is grandparenting in medicos. For this, we have Professor Dr. Sharad Agarkhedkar, sir. I request Dr. Niyar to introduce him.
Dr. Sharad Agarkhedkar, sir is professor and HOD at the Department of Pediatrics at D.Y. Patil Medical College, Pune. He was a past vice president, IMA Maharashtra, past president, IMA Pune, past president, IAP Pune. He has done more than 40 clinical trials on vaccines, 3 of them with the WHO, has over 117 papers published in national and international journals. He has guided hundreds of postgraduate students and is a recognized PhD guide. So I welcome sir to start with this presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I thank the organizers of IMA 60th MASTACON IMA Solapur branch for giving me this opportunity to talk on the grandparenting. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you are seeing the share?
Screen दिसत नाहीये सर.
Do it.
Yes, sir.
So I am going to talk about grandparenting. Grandparenting, because I am myself a grandparent. So as Saila has told you about parenting, now after the several years of parenting, I'm promoted as a grandparent, and I'm enjoying my grandparent days in this, especially in this COVID period. What is the grandparenting? It's an art and science. There cannot be a uniform set of rules and conditions, and a lot depends on karma, and it is a necessity. How it is an art? Because while doing grandparenting, just as Saila said about parenting, you need a lot of communication skills. In addition, you need additional skills like origami. You need to make some paper toys for the children. Need a drawing and painting skill so that you can when you draw a horse, it should not look like a donkey. So these are some things. Besides, you also need to have singing, sports, and instrumental music, at least one of them, so that you can show some quality to your grandson or granddaughter. As every child is different, you cannot have a uniform set of rules and conditions for bringing up this. Some of the grandchildren are very loving and caring, whereas the other grandchildren are very highly strung and they are very demanding, or sometimes they are showing tantrums. So, and you need to handle the situation. Now, how the grandchildren will behave with you, it depends on your karma, how you have behaved. It depends on your relationship with the family. It depends upon your caring nature. If you have been very aloof from them, then there will be a lot of problems in communicating with them. And it's a necessity these days, because this we came to know particularly when we in COVID time, when we are together and we are in our only 5 rooms, and we were not having a garden to play outside, and it was a testing time for us. So the grandparents and grandma and grandpa are some of our greatest blessings, as I said. Now grandparents are generally retired. They are retired but not tired. They have energy. But sometimes I wonder, I should have become grandparent earlier, because the kind of energy you have beyond 65 is not enough to match with the energies of your grandchild. They are all mitochondria firing, whereas we have got limited mitochondria working for us. And sometimes you get so exhausted. And sometimes my granddaughter asks me, Ajub, why are you panting? And so it is so, they are at the same time, they are very caring, but they want equal participation in all the games. Grandparents can be very responsible ones, but when there is a single grandparent, then he can be recluse, because of loss of one of his partners, he can remain aloof, isolated, and depressed. And such grandparents need to be cheered up for by the grandchildren. For example, when I lost my father, many people were coming to see me, and they wanted to come for the samacharla yetat tase येत होते. So my granddaughter was very upset. Why so many people are coming? So when her father explained it to her, that since Ajub has lost his father, the people are coming here to share his thoughts, to decrease his sorrow and all that. Then she said, why should they come? I am there. I will take care of him. And that kind of she took over the whole thing and reduced my sorrow. So that they also are very responsible. So, and in such situations, we should be ready to help, ready to reciprocate with them, because just as we need them, they also need us. So our attitude should be to jithe kami tithe ami. Some of the grandparents are resigned to the fate. Some of the grandparents are not in a very jovial relationship with their grandchildren. But a grandparent is a silver in the hair and gold in their heart. So most of the times we feel that graying of hair also leads to a lot of positive values in the parents' mind. Now, support of grandparent is vital for the very smooth development of grandchild, because he's worldly wise person. He has seen the world. He can anticipate what kind of behavior can lead to accidents. He can, like for once when one of my granddaughter was trying to play her musical instrument, and she was about to plug it into the socket. When I noticed that she's doing some dangerous thing, I pulled her around and said, no, don't do that. This is not done. And otherwise, accidents do happen. It is essential for overall development of the child. It gives a lot of dimensions to their development, and it helps them in getting the advice from parents as well as grandparents simultaneously, so that so it is vital and essential. It helps in emotional development of a child. And when you are, my granddaughter likes to read a lot of books she reads, and we have to early morning when she wakes up, one story is to be told, along with the lunch and dinner, another story is to be told. Before going to bed, another story is shared. Now all the stories that parents share are the English novels, whereas we keep on talking about Shivaji Maharaj, then Ramayana and Mahabharata. So she keeps on getting varied sort of information. And this is the age when they are like a sponge and they absorb all the information given. And grandparents are the base of support for the parents. Like when parents are working at home, these days all the software engineers have to work at home, work from home, and they have extended hours of working. At that time, they need the grandparents' support. And so this kind of a relationship should be very mutual and healthy one for the parents as well as the grandparents, as well as the grandchild. The old are the precious gems in the entire, the center of the household. So the old persons, they are at the focus of everything in the house, and that is what matters in the overall development. But now the times have changed. In 1960s, आपण गाणं म्हणायचो आई थोर तुझे उपकार. 1990s बाला पाळा होऊ कशी उतराई तुझ्यामुळे झाली आई. म्हणजे आई थोर तुझे उपकार पासून आपण आईच बाळाला म्हणायला लागली, बाळा तुझे थोर उपकार तुझ्यामुळे मी झाली आई. And then we come to the 2010 in Madhuri Dixit's film Prahar. There was Makarand Deshpande was scolded by his father. Then he said, "Have I applied to you to give me birth?" So father has said to him that ये drug addict है, पैदा होने से क्यों नहीं मर गया? So the Makarand Deshpande replied that, "Have I applied to you to give me birth?" So that kind of a transformational change has taken place. And in 2020, we are seeing a lot of single parents, lot of people need IVF, late marriages are there, and adopted families are there. And we have moved from joint families to nuclear families. And as you can show, today's photo shoot is on top, whereas lower down is a photograph of photo shoot at that when we were children. Even our children at that time we used to draw this such kind of pictures. One such photograph was there in our album, and then there were some cryptic comments made by my son. So these things are so we must understand and we must know that the times have changed and the concepts have changed and the celebrations have also changed. The grandparents' role should be jithe kami tithe ami. As and when they need help, you should be always ready. They should not be left high and dry. They can always fall back upon us. But sometimes some grandmothers feel that they should not take us for granted. But I understand this, that if they have some last minute problems, then we should be available for them to sort out their problems and take care of their children. Now these days we cannot put the children in creche because there can be exploitation, there can be abuse, there can be infections. So support from grandparents will be welcome in such situations. So there should be no mosami. Mosami means mofat sallah mele. No mofat sallah should be given. If they want some advice, you give. If they don't ask for advice, you should not venture out, because there is a gap in the understanding and there is a gap in the perception of the problems in the generation. And so we should not be forcing our ideas. आमच्या वेळी असं होतं, that's what Zaila had said. That kind of word should be avoided. Non-interference is the best policy, because stay away from if one of the parent is scolding. And generally it so happens that when the grandchild is being scolded, grandparents always feel uncomfortable. Sometimes I feel like crying. But when there is a scolding going on, we should not go and hug the child and try and give the comfort to the child, because at that time parents are trying to give some message to the child, and that message should go loud and clear. If you go and try to intervene, then the message does not reach the child, and he will always rush to you whenever he is being scolded, and that will create a conflict with the parents. So non-interference is the best policy, I think. And you should not be doing too much of lad dular for children, like bringing chocolates, bringing gifts. Whenever I bring some toys for the child, she takes it to her mother and asks, Ajuk has brought these things for me. Can I take it? And so when mother says, okay, you can, then she accepts it. But what we have, like in Diwali or any festive functions, आपण ओवाळणी करतो, आपण तत्काळ काही पैसे टाकतो. So that money goes to her for Lego fund. So from that she can buy Legos and bring costliest of the toys. So that when it is labeled as Lego fund, she gladly takes it instead of taking as a gift from the grandfather. And important thing is give them their space. That is most important thing. And you should not be very liberal with your compliments, like "Kitki hushar hai na," how brilliant she is and all that. Because once they are given such extremes of compliments, then there ceases their growth, their development. They do not go beyond, they feel that they are the best of all. And that should be. And in the photograph next to it is my granddaughter has made a school campus, innovatively made with the Legos. And this is incidentally the school campus of animals. And the blue things are the dormitories, and there are square things are the school buildings. And see imagination. See, this is a bird's eye view or the drone view of the school that she has, and she has constructed this with the help of Lego. So I thought that this was very, very innovative, and we should let them grow, let them have these capacities and find out how much they can explore and exploit. And quality time with the grandchildren. I had a lot of quality time in last 8.5 months from March. I took leave. I had alternate working days. I have cut down on my practice, and I'm there all the time with her in the evening. And then I become often a customer in her salon of my granddaughter. She does a lot of makeup for me. I will show you the photographs later. During Diwali, made the fort like this. And while making fort, we should always enjoy playing in the mud. And when this time we tried to make the fort, she was surprised that Aju, you are putting your hand in the dirt and you are enjoying doing it. I do enjoy like you, because everyone likes to. And then we had such classes in our school, primary school. And importantly, they have their own set of games and stories. Like sometimes she is a doctor, sometimes she is a vet, sometimes she has a car mechanic. So whatever the cartoons they see and the words they learn, they will experiment on their grandparents. I participate in her games as a participant, as a child, as a student in the school, or as an animal in her veterinary thing. Many people when do paint their houses with a lot of expenses, we should leave a wall in the house for their scribbling and painting. You should not feel, you should not try to discipline them or should not scold them when they put their things. Once my wife declared, you can, Anika, you can do this scribbling all over. And she started doing it. Then from Frozen, she drew all the pictures on the wall. And we are having is a treasure, is a trophy for us when we display it to our parents. And when the guests come to our house, we say, this is our house, and this is the house of a child, and this is always like this. We don't try to hide the fact that this is. So to keep the house neat and tidy and is not necessary. It should look like a house of a child. Like getting a pet, use your Vetopor. Recent addition to our family was this pet, and when parents started putting a lot of conditions on her, then I said enough of it. We will have a pet, and she's so happy with the pet, and the pet is also happy in her company. So this is a Diwali gift to my grandchild. And when we have a video call, she has had video calls with her Mausi at USA, and then she keeps on using the filters and making cartoons, making caricatures out of our pictures like this. And in the third picture, you can see that she has actually painted me. And I sat in front of her for half an hour and she did the nice artwork. I've taken the photograph and we have preserved it so that the child gets satisfaction, immense satisfaction. And I also enjoyed it, and my blood pressure came down by 10 millimeters at least. So that this is the quality time for grandparents also. Now, allowing her to play with mud and joining the fun while she makes a mud fort. Now, this is still there. When I made the fort, I said, where I tried to make a one Simhasan for Shivaji Maharaj. And I said, we'll have Shivaji Maharaj. She said, no, no, no. This is not fort for Shivaji Maharaj. This is a fort for animals. And we had all the animals on this fort. And later on, it grew the jungle, and she wanted to have a jungle. And now this fort is enjoyed by her doggy. And so for peeing and passing potty on it. So this is what is grandparenting. This is a video you can see, and this is our garden. We spent most of our time in this garden playing the games. The games we played in the COVID time were Dum Shiraj, then Blind Man's Bluff, then Red Letters. Then even we had played football, volleyball, badminton in our hall. And so they have so much of energy to spend. It was very difficult time during COVID period, but the extra space in our house, we utilized it so much that we all together played with her. Sometimes when her parents are not around, then it becomes hectic for grandparents. Then we take turns in playing with her, and then we take rest in between. But the play must go on and the child must be happy. Thank you. Happy grandparenting to all the senior citizens of IMA Maharashtra State and Solapur. Thank you. A proud and contented grandfather.
Thank you, sir, for a very crisp and to the point lecture. Truly a grandparents guidance for all the IMA members. As you said, ग्रँडपॅरेंट व्हायला खूप पुण्य लागतं. मी म्हणेल की ग्रँडपॅरेंट खूप मोठं नशीब लागतं. ओव्हर टू यू रुपाक्ष सर.
Hello, sir. It looks like you are really enjoying your grandparenthood from the talk that you gave. And you appear to be very proud of whatever your grandchildren, your granddaughter is doing. And we hope one day we will be there and we'll enjoy with the same intensity.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice
Thank
talk.
You. Thank you very much.
And please wait for Chirag e-memento to sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would request Vaishali Madam to felicitate our chairpersons. Now we have a small talk on PPS by Dr. Sharad Agarkhedkar, sir. He is professor and HOD pediatrics. Sorry. Yeah. We have a small lecture on PPS by Dr. Kush Junjunwala. He is a consultant pediatrician at Nagpur. He is a co-chairman of IMA MS PPS. He is also immediate past president of IMA Nagpur branch.
Thank you.
Kush
Thank you,
Junjunwala,
sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. I just request someone to please allow me to share screen. I am not able to share my screen. Hello.
Chirag, sir, are you using? Yes, sir. So, are you using a Windows computer or an?
Yeah. This is a laptop.
Okay, sir. So at the middle bottom, you'll find a green button named Share Screen.
Yeah.
Right. So before, yes, sir, right. So before opening, yes, first open up your presentation and then you can share the screen, or else you can just go to the share screen mode directly and click on the presentation.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
We are visible.
So just yes, right, sir.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you. So good afternoon, delegates, and greetings from IMA MS PPS scheme. First of all, thanks to the organizers, especially the team Sholapur, for organizing the 60th MASTACON on such a large scale. As you all know, that there are various schemes of IMA. As you all know, there are various schemes of IMA. For example, the Social Security Scheme, HBI, National Pension Scheme, the National Health Scheme, and one of the important scheme is PPS. PPS is Professional Protection Scheme, and basically it is related to the indemnity scheme. So it operates both at state as well as the national level. At state level, the headquarters is at Nagpur, and at the national level, the headquarters is at Kerala. The state level scheme is headed by Dr. Anand Kate, who is there as a chairperson, myself and Dr. Kush Junjunwala, and there is a co-chairperson, and Dr. Sanjay Deshpande, who is there as a finance director. Special sense of appreciation for my chairperson, Dr. Anand Kate sir, and Dr. Sanjay Deshpande sir. Now, the PPS scheme has taken a giant leap thanks to our state leaders like our president, Dr. Avinash Bondwe sir, our state honorary secretary, State General Secretary, Dr. Pankaj Bandarkar sir, as well as our treasurer, Dr. Dhiren Kalavadia. And at the same time, I would also like to have a sense of appreciation for the founder members of PPS scheme, that is Dr. Krishna Parate sir, who is now there as a national chairperson of PPS scheme, and Dr. Anand Kate sir. They have founded this scheme 13 years back. So basically, this professional indemnity is an insurance plan to financially safeguard our medical practitioners against the legal cost as well as the claim for compensation by the patients in a legal role. So it covers any legal cases arising due to injury or death of a patient due to the omission, negligence, or error of the insured. So the premium, it depends upon the limit of indemnity. That is what category you have chosen to safeguard you against this. It depends on that, the risk group of the doctors and the ratio of the limits. Now the jurisdiction of IMA MS PPS scheme. So basically this scheme is for Maharashtra. So the jurisdiction is only limited to Maharashtra. Now the scheme was first started in the state of Kerala. It was all because of very high litigation rates in Kerala. It was a very successful, and you'll be astonished to know that more than 99% of the members at Kerala, they are member of this particular scheme. And after the introduction of this scheme, the litigation rate has drastically come down in Kerala. The Gujarat state, it is also running this scheme on a very successful note. Most of us have our indemnity insurance within various insurance companies which are there in the market. The insurance companies, but there is a difference between what the IMA is running as a PPS scheme and what the companies are offering in the market. And that was the only need why IMA has to start its own indemnity scheme for its own member. So the insurance companies, they only take care of the financial part of the litigation. The doctor's reputation is not safeguarded in most of the time, and they are eager to do an out-of-court settlement. However, the lawyers provided by the company are not expert in dealing with the medical legal cases. I'll just give you an example. In July 2019, we have invited Dr. Kanti Kasa, who is a postgraduate doctor. He's a pathologist and is the lone postgraduate doctor in India who is there as a member of the National Forum Redressal in New Delhi. And according to him, in the last 8 years, he has seen around 500 cases. And in 92% of the cases, the verdict was against doctors just because the honorable judges as well as the lawyer, they were unable to decode the medical jargon. So basically, the onus of providing the expert opinion is on the doctors, and the experience of the doctors with the insurance companies is far from satisfactory. The scheme, which was started by IMA Maharashtra State to benefit its own branches, the scheme was started on 1st of July 2008, that is on Doctor's Day, and this is the 13th year of its successful running. All the life members of IMA can become members of this scheme. The cover, it starts from the first day of the next month to the 30th March, and the renewal is there on 1st of April every year. There are certain rules in the scheme. No refund is admissible to any members on discontinuation, and if any member wants to rejoin, he has to rejoin as a new member. All the medical legal risk arising out of activities in surgical and diagnostic camps and all the activities outside the state of Maharashtra shall be excluded from the purview of the scheme. The scheme shall not provide any indemnity cover to any act of a member which is against the law of the land. So for all the legal disputes between the member and the administration, the jurisdiction shall be restricted to the courts at Nagpur only because the headquarters is situated at Nagpur. If a member furnishes any wrong information in or his application form or furnishes any wrongful information at the time during his membership period and thus tries to obtain any benefit under the scheme, his membership shall be terminated automatically without any refund of fees and no indemnity cover shall be provided for the entire period of his membership. Now this scheme, it provides the legal defense in civil, criminal cases before the medical councils, consumer grievances redressal forums, as well as the court. It also provides the reasonable expenses for bailout procedures in cases of arrest arising out of a professional criminal negligence. They pay fine arising out of the professional negligence within limited prescribed. It also provides the list of addresses and telephone numbers of the office bearers and the panel of the lawyers selected by the scheme. So even in an event of a medical legal problem, the members have to inform the office bearers in writing, or they can inform them by email. They can provide medical records exactly describing the evolution of the case and keep a copy in safe custody with themselves. They avoid making any oral or written commitment without the specific permission of the scheme. Hand over all the original documents or Xerox copies demanded by the legal counsel and keep extra copies with him. Now, there are certain limitations to the PPS scheme. The role of PPS schemes comes into when as soon as you receive a medical legal notice by a lawyer. So at the time of crisis, when there are mobs standing in front of your clinic or an hospital, at that particular point of time, it is always better to take help of HBI, or you can also take help of the rapid action groups which are formed area-wise in different part of the cities, or at the same time, you can also take help of your local president or secretary. So this scheme, it provides legal defense in cases of medical negligence like civil, criminal, medical councils, consumer forums, as well as courts. It also provides a reasonable expense for bails if required. It pays the fine within the prescribed limit or according to the category, whatever you have selected. And it pays the settlement arising out of the civil court as well as the consumer forum. If a member so desired, he can engage his own lawyer at his own cost, which shall not be reimbursed by the scheme. Such a lawyer shall assist the panel lawyer in his defense, in which case the decision of the panel lawyers will be final and binding. So this was the old pay which we used to take while enrolling a new member in a scheme. On an average, a general practitioner has to pay around 1,000 rupees as an admission fee. Now, the consultant has been divided into non-invasive and invasive category. The non-invasive, except the anesthetist, surgeon, gynecologist, obstetricians, and the consultant having an invasive investigational facility like pathology. And at the same time, there's another category which is known as super specialist, those who have done the DM or MCH. Now, till now, the category was divided into two, C1 and C2. Basically, C1 is coverage 5 lakhs per cases, maximum 10 lakhs in multiple cases in any one given year. And at the same time, the C2 category was there, and the limitation was 20 lakhs in multiple cases in any 1 year. So the new features were introduced to the scheme in 2017, and it was passed during the State Council at MASTACON, which was held in Nagpur in 2017. And that was regarding discounted annual registration fee for the first 500 members. And there was a scheme which is known as an enhancement scheme for cover. And basically it was meant only for C2 category, wherein you have to pay an additional 10,000 and you can increase your limit from C2 category, that is 20 lakhs to 50 lakhs in any given 1 year. So this is the present status of the scheme. There are around 1,213 members. The corpus fund with the scheme is presently 2 crores 80 lakhs, and it has been safely parked in the National Bank at Nagpur. And every year, 5% of the share of the annual fee is given to the local branches, and 5% is given to the state branches as a contribution. So the number of cases, this is 38, but right now corrected number is 40. So we are fighting 40 cases, out of which around 21 cases has been resolved, 15 cases with reply to the legal notice, 5 in district consumer redressal forum, 1 in state consumer redressal forum, and we are still fighting cases which maximum in the district forum. But there were certain drawbacks, because this PPS scheme was started in 2008, and now 13 years has gone by. So there were certain drawbacks of the scheme, that it was a totally offline process. You have to send a check or you have to send a draft to the IMAS PPS office to get yourself enrolled in this particular scheme. The corpus was also limited because it decreases your limiting capacity, because the maximum coverage limited was offered is 20 lakhs. And due to the limited coverage amount, many members, they don't enroll as they look for a higher coverage. So now the changes has been proposed, and the PPS scheme has taken a giant leap thanks to the state office, President, Secretary as well as Treasurer, along with Dr. Anand Katesa. And now we have proposed to make it totally digital and paperless. We provide individual login with access to the detailed program and the benefit. It moves your burden from a financial liability to insurer. So now we have a tie with the Oriental Insurance Company. It increases your coverage from 20 lakhs to 5 CR. So now you can safeguard yourself up to 5 CR. It removes your corpus clause as well as keep your limit up to a coverage amount. And there's an additional feature that it also covers your staff, and both unqualified as well as qualified staff. Opportunity, but also there's an opportunity to upgrade existing cover to 5 crores along with the staff cover, irrespective of the enrollment date. It's a real-time report on branch-wise that will be there on the online platform. It will help generate PPS program into IMA branches. So members will receive a unique login credential. Member will be able to enroll or upgrade directly on the platform. The program fee will be paid online. The program owner will have a complete access to real-time check performance. The members will be able to check their coverage, raise requests, and many more features that are now available on online platform. So the old scheme, in the old scheme, the cover was limited to the general physician as well as the consultant, which were divided into invasive and non-invasive. And the maximum cover you can opt for was around 20 lakhs. But in the new scheme, now the coverage has been increased up to 5 CRs. So it totally depends upon your need. In the old scheme, there was no cover which was offered for the hospital as well as the hospital staff. Now that has been incorporated into the new scheme. It also covers the reductive therapies. It is 80% cheaper than any plan with similar cover. I give you an example. The Foxy is also running a similar scheme for the members. That is the obs and gynecologists as well as the IVF specialist. And in that scheme, they are providing a cover of 1 CR for a premium of 18,000. But here in this particular scheme, we offer 1 CR protection for a fees of just 11,400. So that is around 40 to 80% cheaper than any plan which is available in the market. And it's a complete online journey with a 24/7 call center support. So now there's an important feature which has been incorporated into this new scheme, and that is hospital indemnity scheme. It was not there in the previous scheme. So it covers for hospital as well as the nursing home for up to 25 CR. It covers the hospital, both qualified as well as unqualified staff. And again, this is also 80% cheaper than the market premium. So now what we have proposed is, suppose I am a general practitioner, I am a general physician. For 1 CR, I'll have to pay just 4,500. If I'm a consultant, non-invasive consultant, and I have to pay 8,000, but I'm a pediatrician, I'm an invasive person, so I have to pay only 11,500 for a coverage of 1 CR. Though I can also select coverage of 5 crores according to my needs. And for the hospital, even you can insure your hospital for 50 lakhs, 1 CR, 2 CR, and to 25 CR, depending upon what coverage is needed for your particular hospital. Now, the inauguration of this particular website and the inauguration of this scheme in a new format was done by the Honorable President of IMA-MS, Dr. Avinash Bundwe, and that was during the executive committee meeting, which was held and hosted by Ahmednagar on 16th of August 2020. So basically, this is the website. I think you all should note down the website. That is www.ima.policyera.com. And basically, once you enter this website, you can just scroll through, and depending upon your needs, whether you want to do an indemnity protection for yourself or your hospital, you have to go through. So thank you very much. And at the same time, I've appealed all the members, all the delegates to kindly visit the website and think of joining IMA-MS PPS scheme, because this is the scheme which will definitely give you protection like now. Thank you.
Thank you, already we are running by 20 minutes, so we'll have questions. Probably question: do you feel 20 lakh is sufficient to insure yourself in this?
No, but right now, in this new scheme, we have increased it to 5 CR. So 20 lakhs was definitely inadequate. That was a part of an old scheme, but now the scheme has been totally reformed.
And can a PG student enter into this scheme?
They have to be a life member of IMA. Then definitely they can do it for themselves, because that is the sole criteria. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Aditya, Chirag.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kush.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next lecture is fetal origin of adult diseases. Chitranjan Yannik. Sir is MD FRC, Professor and Director of Diabetes Unit in KM Hospital and Research Center, Pune. He's also visiting professor to various hospitals in UK and Denmark. He has 291 publications in his name, where he's first author in 78. He has 142 research articles, 53 review articles, and book chapters in 5 books. Received many awards. A few of them are Helmut Maggot Award, David Barker Medal, Outstanding Investigator Award, and so on. His research interests are high susceptibility of intrauterine programming of diabetes, vitamin B12 and C metabolism, and so on. I would request sir to start his speech. I would also like to welcome our next chairperson, that is Dr. Sachin Mole and Dr. Sudhanshu Kothadia.
Thank you. Yeah. Over to you, sir, because Dr. Nihar has.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Yes, sir.
So at the bottom, you will see the green button, sir.
Yeah.
You can just press that share.
Sir, yes, right, sir.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you to the organizers, Solapur IMA, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm going to go through some of the new ideas that I have been involved with in the etiology of diabetes and other non-communicable diseases. What I'm going to say will largely apply to diabetes, but same thing applies to other non-communicable disease like hypertension, coronary artery disease, even pediatric conditions like autistic spectrum disorder, attention deficit, and hyperactivity. In other end of the spectrum, stroke, etc. So this is a relatively new idea in medicine, and I've called it early life origins of diabetes in India. Many of you will know that I work in KEM Hospital, Pune. I'm a diabetes consultant, but my unit has a logo of mother and baby. And this is because of our interest in maternal health as a determinant of child's health, not only in utero, but also throughout the life. Then we acquired a new logo about 10-15 years ago, and you can see this modern Bal Ganesh. So instead of traveling on the back of the mouse, it clicks the mice and moves very fast. So that's the rapid transition we have had in India. And that's combination of intrauterine programming, as it is called, and rapid transition has resulted in epidemic of many disorders. So I learned as a student that type 2 diabetes had a genetic susceptibility, and then there were precipitating factors like growing old, becoming obese, having a sort of unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, and all the diabetes prevention trials have concentrated on these risk factors in adults to try and what they call prevent diabetes. So they enrolled people who were in 40s and 50s, who were overweight or obese, and had what we call pre-diabetes. And what did they tell them? Basically eat less and walk more. And sometimes they gave a tablet like metformin or pioglitazone. The problem is all this, even though it's called primary prevention, actually is treatment of the precipitating factors. And importantly, this happens in post-reproductive age. So there is no benefit to the next generation. So I'm going to try and tell you new ideas in this field, which will have intergenerational benefits. So my research has concentrated to see whether there is a non-genetic modifiable susceptibility factor. And I'm going to tell you a couple of examples of how this has been known for some time. Here you can see a mother who has recently delivered a baby and also has a slightly younger child. And you can see all of them are very undernourished. She is a woman from Netherlands in 1940s. So Germans during the end of the Second World War cut off the food supply to Western Holland. And it was an unusually severe winter. So it was called Dutch winter hunger. And what happened was many children were born during these 6 months who were born to very undernourished mothers. So these children have been followed up, and various studies, now hundreds of them have been done, to see if that exposure in utero increased their risk of some conditions. And there are a whole lot of stories in this. What I'm showing here is the red line is the level of obesity in the children who were born in the Dutch winter hunger when they were army conscripts at 18 years of age. So this is a graph of their BMI on the red line of children who were born during Dutch winter hunger, and green line is the children born before and after. So they were not exposed to intrauterine hunger. And what you can see is that children who were born in, or the children who were exposed to hunger in first 2 trimesters had an increased incidence of adiposity or obesity. And those who were exposed in the third trimester had a lower level of adiposity as adults. And this was interestingly explained that in the first 2 trimesters, when brain is developing very fast, these children who were hungry in the uterus became sort of obsessed about food in later life, overate and became adipose. While these children who were in utero in the third trimester during hunger, their fat cell number was low and therefore they became less obese. So that was quite a dramatic example. Studies in Pima Indians, on the other hand, showed that mothers with diabetes increase the risk of their child to have diabetes quite apart from the genetic risk. So 2 examples, one is gestational undernutrition, other one gestational overnutrition, leading to same effect in the baby, like either increased obesity or increased diabetes. Quite an amazing finding. And in 1991, Professor David Barker investigated this further in England. What he was doing was he was studying how early life factors affect your risk of non-communicable disease. So he studied people born in a hospital in a place near London called Hertfordshire, who were on average 65-year-old, but their birth weight was known from the hospital records. And what he showed became a classic paper that if you had lower birth weight, your risk of diabetes at 65 years was much higher. So birth weight less than 5.5, 40% of them had diabetes. Birth weight more than 9.5, only 10% had diabetes. And he called this thrifty phenotype hypothesis, saying type 2 diabetes is the outcome of the fetus and early infant having to be nutritionally thrifty. Thrifty means judicious. You have to use your resources judiciously so that you survive the period of bad exposure. And therefore, less nutrition in utero was shown to be a risk factor for future diabetes. And many of you will know that India is the world's capital for low birth weight. And we are now also becoming one of the capitals of the world for diabetes, and this is how it got me interested. Then additional reports from Europe showed that twin studies also supported this theory. How? You know there are monozygotic and dizygotic twins. Monozygotic twins have exactly the same genetics. But if a twin in a monozygotic pair is born with a lower birth weight, what's called smaller of the monozygotic twins, it has higher risk of diabetes. So it tells us that even if your genetics is similar, if you were born smaller, your risk of diabetes can still be higher. And this has led to the concept of programming. I won't go into complex things, but what programming means is that if some ill effect has happened during your growth in the uterus, then there is a permanent change in the structure and function of your body. It affects all your cells, tissues, organs, systems, and the whole being. So that being exposed to a bad exposure in utero causes some changes in structure and function, which later on might predispose you to diabetes. And as I said, a number of conditions have been described like this. Thus, pregnancy therefore becomes an experience for two, not only for the mother, but also for the baby, and that remains with the baby for the rest of the life. And the mechanisms of this are supposed to be so-called epigenetics. I don't know how many of you have heard this word. It's very commonly used now. But what it means is that there are changes in your DNA and other, like say, nucleic acid mechanisms, which are not related to change in the sequence of bases. Usually when we see there is a genetic basis for a disease, sorry, we are looking for genetic changes in the base pair sequence in DNA. This is not like that. This is due to additional methyl groups in DNA. So base sequence remains similar, but methyl groups are added. And if a gene is methylated, that gene can be silenced. Therefore, the gene is there, but it cannot function. Similarly, histones, which are the proteins which cover DNA, they can be modified so that DNA can be hidden from the mechanisms which transcribe it. Additionally, there are molecules like miRNA which prevent the transcription of gene. So a lot of intense research is happening for epigenetic mechanisms in different conditions. And now you can see what I have shown here. This figure shows two world maps. They are slightly unusual world maps, and these are called cartograms. Cartogram is a map where the size of the country is proportional to the condition or the burden of the condition for which it is drawn. So diabetes map of the world shows that India is a very fat country for diabetes because there is a lot of diabetes. If you look at undernutrition in early life, India is even fatter. So this shows you a very stunning story that though we consider diabetes to be a disease of overnutrition, India is a place where there is a lot of early life undernutrition and lot of diabetes, and the two might be connected. And that was told to us by David Barker, that a fetus which is undernourished might be at higher risk of diabetes. And this has been shown in number of other studies. There was a remarkable study by WHO recording the heights of people across different countries, different continents over last 150 years. So between 1830 and 1990. So during these 150 years, European countries, males in European countries put on almost 15 centimeters in height. While for India, the height remained constant, zero gain in height. It means that we have been undernourished, environmentally stressed, especially in last 200 years. And this map, as a result of research from PHFI, Public Health Foundation of India, has plotted the rate of rise of diabetes in different states of India. Red states are the ones where rate is increasing very rapidly. And these are the states where they have a lot of undernutrition, political and geographical difficulties. So in these so-called Bimaru states as well as in the Northeast. So it suggests to us that exposure to a nutritional and environmental stress increases the risk of diabetes when the conditions start improving. So now in that figure which I showed you, we can add an epigenetic modifiable risk, and importance is if it's modifiable, we might be able to do something about it. So my unit has done a lot of research in this over last 25 years. We won't go into this, but this shows that a number of studies we have done, which started in adults, but went to children and then went to pregnant women, so that we were able to study what we call programming of diabetes. So the first study I did was with Dr. Anand Pandit and Sheila Bhave in KEM Hospital. And what we did was we studied 400 children who were born in KEM Hospital, on whom we had birth weight, and we studied their glucose tolerance when they were 4 years old. And what we found was that at 4 years, lower the birth weight, higher was their glucose, higher was their insulin. So they had higher glucose and higher insulin resistance. Two factors which would predispose them to diabetes in future life. When they became 80-year-old, we studied them again. And what did we find? Those who had low birth weight but had become heavier at 8 years, so highest weight, they were at higher risk of diabetes in future because they were insulin resistant. So first we showed low birth weight increases your sugar slightly in childhood and insulin resistance. Then by 8 years, we found that if you are born small but became big, then your risk was high. And by 21 years of age, which we studied in 2010, we could show that those who were born small but had become big had higher glucose 120 minutes after oral glucose. That's during oral glucose tolerance test. That means that many of them had started becoming diabetic. So the message is if you are born small, you have an increased risk. But second is if you born small and start becoming big later on, then the risk is very high. And this actually calls in question the policy of the pediatrician to treat or over-treat the underweight babies so that they think that they would make them normal, but things can go out of control. So to study this, we set up a study in 6 villages near Pune called Pune Maternal Nutrition Study. We set it up in 1993. Now in 2019, we are doing a 25-year follow-up. So we studied a lot of pregnancies in village, mother's nutrition, mother's activity, baby's growth. We measured the babies which were born every 6 months. Every 6 years, we do their metabolic studies, trying to see how factors in the pregnancy predispose you to various abnormal metabolic and cardiovascular risk factors in later life. So the mother in this pregnancy on average was 42 kg and height 1.52. So she had a low BMI of 18.1. The babies which were born were also small, 2.7 kg. And almost 70% of these babies were what we call SGA, small for gestational age. Mothers were predominantly vegetarian. They were eating lower than the recommended diet. Large part of it was coming from carbohydrates. There was poor intake of natural foods like green leafy vegetables, milk and fruits. And as you can see here, these women were physically super active at home, in the farm, and doing water sort of fetching from the village, looking after the animals, cooking for the family, and working in the farms. What we found was gestational diabetes was very rare 25 years ago in them. So that was the picture of the mothers and the babies. And when we compared these babies with babies born in England, we made a very great discovery. We found that our babies were 800 grams lighter, 2.7 kg as opposed to 3.5 kg. But when we measured the fat in the body in these Indian babies and the English babies, we found that being smaller, despite being smaller, Indian babies had higher fat in their body, both in the subcutaneous tissue as measured by skin fold thickness. In cord blood, leptin concentrations were higher. And when we did whole body MRI, we could show that Indian babies have higher abdominal fat. So quite an amazing finding. If you are born very small in undernourished mother, you have more fat than a baby which is well nourished and born in England. And we could find that mother's intake of green leafy vegetables, milk and fruit was a determinant of its birth weight. Mother's red cell folate concentrations also were associated with birth weight. And you might have heard of homocysteine, which is usually high when there is folate and or B12 deficiency. So high homocysteine in the mother increase risk of fetal growth restriction. And this high homocysteine was largely due to B12 deficiency in the mother. There were very few women with folate deficiency in our cohort. So the picture was, if you were eating less of green vegetables and other micronutrient rich foods, if you were B12 deficient, you were likely to give rise to very small babies. And we also showed that maternal circulating levels of glucose, cholesterol, triglycerides were also strong determinants of the baby's size. In other words, macronutrients and micronutrients were all combining to affect the baby's size and the body composition. So when these children became 18-year-old, half of them were still underweight. That means BMI less than 18.5. Only 5% were overweight or obese. But 28.7%, let's say 30%, were pre-diabetic. So they are underweight and thin. But at a young age of 18 years, 30% have pre-diabetes. Pre-diabetes was more common in boys, 37%, than in girls, 18%. So quite an amazing finding. These babies which were born small, have remained small up to 18 years, have very high prevalence of pre-diabetes, so they are at a risk of developing diabetes in future. And then again we found, like Pune hospital study, that if you were born small but became bigger, then you were more insulin resistant. If you were born big but remained small, then your pancreas was working very nicely. So that diabetes was common in those who were born small but were growing big. Now, average BMI of 18 or 19 is not big, but they were bigger in relation to their birth size. So if you are becoming bigger in relation to your own weight, then that is a risk factor for future diabetes. I'm going to tell you also a story about gestational diabetes, which is now becoming very common, largely because we have faced undernutrition for a long time, and now we are facing overnutrition. And what we showed was that gestational diabetes is quite common. And after delivery, it doesn't go away quickly. It actually remains there. So that within 1 year, 40% of women have high glucose. By 4 years, 60%. And by 10 years, 80% women. So these are very stunning features. And we also found out that the babies born to gestational diabetic mothers had higher risk of diabetes as early as 15 years of age. So when we followed 200 children, we found that out of these 200 children, 4% were already diagnosed diabetic at 15 years of age. Our testing showed 1% more was diabetic. That means 5% diabetic, 37% pre-diabetic. That means children born to diabetic mothers, almost 40% were pre-diabetic and diabetic, and only 60% were normal. On the other hand, when mothers did not have pregnancy diabetes, 20% had pre-diabetes and 80% normal. This itself is high, but that is what is happening in India. So the risk of high glucose was doubled if your mother was diagnosed with diabetes in pregnancy. And this was seen in children who were as young as 2-year-old as well as 15-year-old. So quite an amazing finding. So I'm going to now summarize that life course exposures of undernutrition and overnutrition, or a combination of early life undernutrition and later overnutrition, are a bad combination for risk of diabetes in our population. But because it is a life course exposure, you can say it's never too early, never too late. You can start at any point and try and achieve something. Earlier you try, the better. Now here you will see a mother who is pregnant. This is a very peculiar case. The mother is pregnant with a female child. So there is a female, that means a mother, a daughter. But I don't know how many of you know that a female child in uterus has all the 1 million ova it is going to have in its life by 20 weeks of gestation. So that if a mother is pregnant with a female child, there are 3 generations in one pregnancy. And therefore, this is a great opportunity to intervene to improve the health of next generation. And if we get it wrong, then we are predisposing these generations for future risk of various conditions. Finally, I'm going to advertise for one of the film which we released recently. I don't know how many of you have seen it. It's called Sakrepeksha God. आणि याच्यात माझ्या डायबिटीस रिसर्च वरती सुमित्रा भावे आणि मोहन आगाशे यांनी मिळून ही फिल्म केली. This was released online in August, but you can watch this on YouTube. If you go to KEM Hospital Pune on YouTube, you will be able to watch this 25-minute film, and I can guarantee you it's beautifully done. So please watch this film and enjoy what a natural pregnancy, healthy pregnancy can be, and how it can be achieved even today to reduce the risk of diabetes and other diseases in the offspring. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's always, I love to listen to you every maybe couple of years, or I get a chance, or I try to make a chance and listen to you every time. We missed in last year RSJ in 2016. So here we are, like how diabetes and obesity or metabolic abnormalities gets developed in the utero. There's one question by Dr. Aradhe. What's the difference between diabetes developing due to genetic and epigenetic factors? And is there any present status of gene therapy for diabetes mellitus?
Okay, I couldn't hear you. Can you say that again?
What are the differences in diabetes mellitus developing due to genetics and epigenetic factors?
Okay. So basically, like say, if you remember what we learned in our college days, there is central dogma of medicine. The flow of information is from DNA to RNA to protein. So DNA up till now we considered only as a genetic material with sequence of bases. And the Mendelian genetic diabetes, which is very rare, monogenic diabetes, means that a mutation occurs. And that mutation, if it occurs in a gene which regulates beta cell function or insulin resistance, then there is diabetes later in life. What epigenetics means is that there is no mutation or change in the base, but there is change in the additional chemical modifications of DNA, which are happening and not happening all the while. So DNA methylation, demethylation is happening all the while. And if a gene gets methylated at that time, it is not expressed, so it is silenced. So this is an ongoing process. That's why it is called a life course approach. So the difference between the two is that if there is a genetic monogenic diabetes, you cannot hope to prevent it unless you tell that family not to reproduce. While epigenetic, because it is environmental influences like nutrition, like maternal metabolism, maternal stress, pollutants, etc. These are all preventable causes. So epigenetic diabetes is eminently preventable, while genetic diabetes is not preventable and can be prevented only by stopping reproduction. So that is the major difference. And then Dr. Aradhya asks, what is the present status of gene therapy for diabetes? There is no status. I don't think we can do anything. For epigenetic, there is a whole lot of possibilities. And that is what we are investigating.
Thank you, sir.
Then Dr. Santosh Panchal has asked, what is the opinion about intermittent fasting to prevent DM? I think it's one of the ways of trying to prevent DM. Basically, it ultimately means that you restrict your food intake during certain times of the day. Whether you also need to restrict the amount of food, that is being debated. But intermittent fasting, long-term fasting, short-term fasting, exercise, reducing stress are all good to prevent diabetes. So in general, the message is hopeful. You do what you can and try to prevent diabetes, because treating diabetes is more difficult than preventing diabetes. And prevention should start early. So we should catch hold of people like Dr. Agar Khedkar and pediatricians to start the interventions very early in life. Dr. Shailaja Mane also told various different psychosocial approaches about different things. So that is how we are going to reduce the epidemic of not only diabetes, but other cardiovascular diseases also. So thank you.
Like a midday meal program for kids, there should have been something program for pregnant mothers. Is it like that?
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it, yes. And in midday program and in treatment of severe acute malnutrition, we should avoid over treating. Because as I said, if you are born small but become big later on, then chances of diabetes increase. So all the humanitarian programs need to rethink what should be the contents of that food, how healthy it should be, and there is no need to achieve a good effect overnight. You can do it gradually over a period of time, and whenever the children can contribute, they should also increase their physical activity. So then there's a question, the diabetes developed at 15 years of age, is it type 1? That's a very good question. It's not type 1, it is type 2 diabetes in children. So we have measured their insulin secretion, they are all type 2 diabetes. That's a very good question. This is a type 2 diabetes at very young age. And as you know, childhood diabetes, type 2 diabetes is now increasing. So that's a good question. It is type 2 diabetes.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful talk. And hope Dr. Aditya Chirag to present e-memento to Dr. Yagnik, sir. Hope we'll meet you in person later on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Chirag, play the slides. This session is sponsored by the Dr. Reddy's. So give him a bigger applause to sponsor this session. Our next speaker is Dr. Fahim Goliwale from Solapur. Dr. Nihar Burte is my colleague, is going to introduce Dr. Fahim Goliwale.
Dr. Fahim Golewale did his MBBS from Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad. From there, he did his MS from Dr. VM Medical College, Solapur. Then did his fellowship in surgical oncology at Prince Ali Khan Hospital, Mumbai, under Dr. S.A. Pradhan. He worked there again as a senior fellow for 2 years. He has also done fellowship at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, New York, under Professor Jatin Shah. He has done a fellowship in hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgeries. He has done fellowship in minimal invasive liver and pancreatic surgery at Tokyo. He has many national and international publications to his name. He has also been faculty to many national conferences. He is the director of the Solapur Cancer Hospital, which is a well-equipped 50-bedded cancer hospital in Solapur. I welcome sir to give his presentation.
Unmute yourself, sir, and you can start sharing your screen. Yes.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Hello.
evening, good evening, sir.
Sudhanshu, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, very clearly, and we can see your slides also. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I should thank all the organizers, IMA State IMA and Solapur IMA for giving me the opportunity. And the topic is missed malignancy. This is basically a term which is nowadays routinely used. Missed malignancy, delayed. There are various terms which I'll tell you. First, I'll cover the incidents and why the topic is selected. See, this is recently in February 2020 in newspaper Hindu. It is reported that 1 in 10 Indian will develop cancer during their lifetime. This is a WHO report. So if we see the statistics, globally, non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, IHD, cardiac ailments, and cancer, they account for about 71% of total deaths. In India, NCDs were estimated to account for about 63% of all deaths, and cancer was among one of the leading causes. There is heterogeneity. Heterogeneity in cancer incidence, age adjusted rate per 1 lakh population. If we see in India, if we consider male, the cancer registry in Usmanabad and Lead area, it's around 39 cases, new cases per year per 1 lakh population. In Aswal district in Northeast, it's around 269 new cases per lakh per year. In females, it's almost same. Like in Usmanabad and Bid area, it's less, but in Northeast, it's highest. However, what is important is 33% of these cases, they present at very early stage where the disease is curable or we can treat them with a curative intent. Rest, almost 67% or around 70% of the patients, they will present in locally advanced stage or late stage where the chances of cure are less. If we see the incidence in 2020, the estimated incidence is around 6,79,421 cases in males and around 7 lakhs in females. So heterogeneity again, we have people, a population which is very poor. They are reluctant. They are so poor that they cannot invest in diagnosis. They are so poor they cannot do screening, and we are having rich people. But cancer, it's not that rich people will come in early stage. Rich people or affordable people will also may present in a late stage. This is the best example. Our film star, he's supposed to have a diagnosis of CA lung, but in stage 3. So in stage 3, it's basically surgery may be difficult. Again, Yuvraj Singh, if you know, he had presented with a mediastinal mass germ cell tumor, but again a mediastinal mass lung metastasis. Fortunately, he had a very good prognostic disease and he's cured. So if you see various sites like head and neck cancer, stomach, cervix, breast, around 50 in breast, around 57% of the cases of patients they present in local regional diseases or advanced stage. Only around 29% of the females they present in early stage. In head and neck, around 66%. So it's very high number where the treatment is not a single modality. We have to have multiple modality of treatment to control the disease. approximately 70% of the Indian cancers were potentially preventable through modifiable risk factors. Multimodality was the most common treatment given for breast, head and neck cancers, and all other cancers. Now, as I said, 65% or 66% of new head and neck cancers, they present in locally advanced disease and they did not receive the benefit of optimal treatment, resulting in poor survival. If you see lung and stomach, about 1/5 of the cancer they present in a localized stage. In a hospital-based study from northern India showed that 90% of the patients with lung cancer were diagnosed with advanced stage of the disease, and there was delay in diagnostic evaluation and treatment. So cancer causes loss of lives and has a tremendous socio-economic impact. Reducing cancer is a prerequisite for addressing social and economic inequity, stimulating economic growth and accelerating sustainable development. But merely investing in cancer treatment is not an economical viable option. Again, there are two things. One, whether we can prevent. Yes, few cancer can be prevented by modifying the risk factors which are modifiable. Second, to diagnose the cancer in early stage. Now, to diagnose in, we can focus on three key aspects: risk reduction, early detection, and programmatic and policy solutions. Why to diagnose cancer in early stage? If you see, 7 in 10 patients in India, this is Indian scenario, 7 patients who 10 patients, if they present to your OPD, out of these 7 patients, they consult you at a terminal stage or a locally advanced stage. If you see the survival, suppose in a breast cancer, in an early stage, suppose in stage 1, the 5-year survival is more than 75%. But in a stage 4, the survival is less than 10% or around 10 to 15%. So outcome is very poor in late stages. Again, the problem is if the diagnosis is missed, diagnosis is wrong, diagnosis is delayed, the outcome is again poor and the impact is on the patient's survival. There is one, we searched the literature and this is a good paper in British Journal of Cancer in 2015. And they have elaborated understanding missed opportunity for more timely diagnosis of cancer in symptomatic patients after presentation. So what is missed opportunity or missed malignancy or diagnostic error? Missed opportunities are instances in which post hoc, post-event judgment in that alternative decisions or actions could have led to more timely diagnosis. So that is something different could have been done or considered under the given circumstances to reach a more prompt diagnosis. They can occur in any of the 3 phases of diagnostic process. That is initial diagnostic assessment, diagnostic test performance and interpretation, diagnostic follow-up and coordination. I'll tell you the examples. After this, I will present few cases to understand this subject. Now, these missed opportunities can involve patient, doctor, overall care system and care team, and often combination of all these factors. So, factors which contribute to missed opportunities are the diagnosis of cancer in a symptomatic. Basically, what happens is it requires a complex process. If a patient has a symptom, suppose if patient comes with an ulcer in a mouth, ulcer over a tongue, first he will go to a general practitioner or a family physician. He will see, he will if he thinks that it's a benign, he will give some symptomatic treatment. After that, patient will go home and he will continue his work. Most of the patients, when they present early, they don't have symptoms or very minimal symptoms. Consequently, some patients experience prolonged interval to diagnosis, which arise from various patient, doctor, healthcare system related factors involved in this process. If that patient comes to you again in next 15 days with the persistent symptoms, then I think you can refer it to an expert for further investigations and further treatment. But if the patient neglects, if he comes after 1.5 month, first stage maybe in second or third stage, we don't know. 1 in 5 patients seen in general practice and subsequently diagnosed with cancer consult with their general practitioners 3 or more times for relevant symptoms before a specialist referral is made, and that instances of multiple consultations are associated with prolonged primary care. Tongue lesion goes to a family physician, again second time goes to a family physician, he then goes to a dentist, again goes to a dentist. In that process, around 2 or 3 months may be lost and patient will present in a third stage. So what are types and origins of missed opportunities in cancer diagnosis? Initial diagnostic assessment during clinical encounter between a patient and doctor, typically but not exclusively a generalist. This phase involves history taking, clinical examination, diagnostic reasoning, potentially leading to specialist referral, test ordering or expectant, management decisions or their combinations. Now, in a patient, if a patient comes to you with history of a pain abdomen, in a family physician, if he has OPD of about 150 patients, he may not give enough time to listen to him. He will prescribe some symptomatic treatment. After that, patient goes home and he comes back again after a month. Again, he presents with the same symptoms, maybe with loose motions or altered bowel habits. With that, again, the physician, they prescribe medicines for uh, uh, loose motions or altered bowel habits. Again, he goes home, he recovered for some time being, and again he comes back with melena or PR bleeding. At that time, he will be referred to a specialist where he do a colonoscopy or proctoscopy and then find a lesion in the rectum. So in this is how diagnosis is delayed or missed. Diagnostic test performance and interpretation. This phase involves process of performing appropriate diagnostic test, blood test, imaging or endoscopy, often at different times and locations, and their appropriate interpretations as associated actions. Altered bowel habits, one time presents symptomatic treatment, second times come to your OPD, advised at the most stool culture. Usually the report is normal. Again goes home, comes back again after 2 or 3 weeks, then refer to a endoscopist. If the endoscopist is expert, he can pick up early lesion. If he is not that well versed, then he may miss a lesion in the colon or the rectum. Third is diagnostic follow-up and coordination. If that endoscopist did a biopsy, patient gone home, he felt better with the treatment given by a consultant. He forgot to take a HPR report. Consultant is busy doing a follow. He was unable to do a follow-up of that HPR. Then patient again worsened. He comes back after 1.5 month. Then collects the HPR and it was found to have a malignancy. So diagnostic follow-up and coordination is also important to avoid missed opportunity in diagnosis. Now there are other factors, missed opportunity control. Other factors are rigid consultation norms, inadequate history taking and examination, language barriers, cognitive factors impeding optimal initial clinical assessment and reasoning, access and system capacity constraint, and referral norms. Cognitive biases. There are various other factors, comorbidity, unfamiliarity with cancer presentation. Most of the patients, like they if a liver malignancy, they just present with some simple pain abdomen. No other symptoms are basically there are no other symptoms except some pain abdomen. It's very difficult. Abdomen is a huge cavity. A small 2 centimeter lesion in the liver will not have any symptoms unless it progresses to such an extent. If it gets adherent to surrounding structures, if it gets disseminated to other organs, then only patient will present with some symptoms. Comorbidity. If a patient comes to me, if I am a general practitioner, if he comes to me with for diabetes, hypertension, regular follow-up for years together, he is with me, If he sometimes presents with pain abdomen, I may miss the diagnosis. I will give symptomatic treatment, but cancer will not come in my mind in first or second time unless patient present to you persistently with the same symptoms. Patient non-adherence with recommended test and lack of system, this is another cause for missed opportunity. Diagnostic testing process complexity, again, if I take a biopsy, sometimes the tissue is inadequate, sometimes the area where the biopsy we take has necrotic tissue, there may not be a viable cancer cells in that biopsy process and reported as normal or no evidence of malignancy. In that case, patient may miss the chance of early diagnosis. Inadequacy in investigation strategy, initially negative test in the presence of ongoing symptoms or diagnostic suspicion. Patient factors, again, if patient presents to you late with if he is reluctant to go to a clinician, or reliance on the patient. Suppose I am a doctor, I will see the patient. If he has a tongue lesion, I think it's benign, he will go home. I will again think that if patient has some symptoms, he will come back to me, but he will come back after 2 or 3 months when the patient has extensive symptoms or more symptoms or with extensive lesion. Lack of appreciation or follow-up of abnormal test. This is one another article in British Medical Journal identifying early warning signs for diagnostic errors in primary care. They have defined diagnostic error. What is diagnostic error? Diagnostic error is defined as diagnosis that was unintentionally delayed, sufficient information was available earlier, or wrong. Another diagnosis was made before the correct one, or missed. No diagnosis was ever made. So three possibilities. A systematic review of diagnostic error in primary care in UK quoted diagnostic error account for greatest proportion of medical malpractice claims against general practitioners. Around 60%, 63% of the cases are regarding diagnostic error or missed opportunity. So out of 1,000 claims, 631 were because of delayed diagnosis. In New Zealand, review of primary healthcare claims showed that delays in diagnosis were few, but associated with disproportionate number of serious and sentinel injuries, 16%, and deaths, 50%. A recent review quotes a diagnostic error rate of between 5% and 50%, depending upon specialty and method of data collection. Now, what's global burden of diagnostic error in primary care? Diagnostic error occurs when a patient diagnosis is missed altogether, inappropriately delayed, and or wrong as judged by eventual appreciation of definitive information. But these categories of missed, delayed, or wrong, missed diagnosis, delayed diagnosis, and wrong diagnosis, they overlap extensively. Recent report from Institute of Medicine in USA, improving diagnosis in healthcare. This was published. This concluded that most people will likely to experience a diagnostic error in their lifetime. So diagnosis can be missed, wrong, or delayed. I will tell you one example. Misdiagnosis. 3 times patient had come to me in the OPD with an ulcer in the tongue and had given symptomatic treatment. I was not aware of the symptoms of malignancy of tongue. Then the diagnosis was missed. Wrong diagnosis. In a case of hemorrhoids, patients visits to you many times, but actually has a cancer inside. I was treating him for hemorrhoids for months, but he had another lesion in the rectum or upper colon, which was the main reason for his symptoms, but he had benign hemorrhoids, which were asymptomatic. And this was like a wrong diagnosis. Delayed diagnosis. I took a biopsy. Biopsy was negative. Instead of following up the patient went home, again came back with an same symptoms. I thought that biopsy was taken, it was negative. I given symptomatic treatment, and this is how the diagnosis was delayed. This is delayed diagnosis. This is one case report I want to present. 28-year lady, he got admitted on emergency basis in gynec department for profuse PV bleeding. She presented in 2019. In the past, few months ago, she had gone. The previous history. I'll tell the previous history. She had vague pain abdomen in the lower part of the abdomen and PV bleeding. 28-year lady. She went to a gynecologist who advised to do a USG abdomen. USG was done and diagnosed to have a fibroid uterus. Now, clinical examination, PV, there was nothing. Patient had pain abdomen and PV bleeding. USG reported as a fibroid uterus. What the gynecologist will do? The gynecologist performed a surgery for fibroid uterus and did a myomectomy. The doctor told the relatives that it was difficult because there was some excessive bleeding from the lesion while removing the fibroid. She recovered, however, and went home, but again she persisted with PV bleeding. The HPR of the myomectomy done by the gynecologist showed some chorionic tissue, but malignancy was missed, and it was reported as a normal area like a chorionic tissue. Patient, the symptoms progressed. Patient again started bleeding. Went to another doctor. That doctor prescribed some, because she thought that already surgery is done. She prescribed hormonal treatment, and she was like, treated by Sardesai madam.
Yeah.
So when she came to the casualty, she was in a shock with a huge PV bleeding. USG, she was stabilized. USG abdomen was done, but when we did a USG abdomen, there was some vascular lesion in the myometrium, which was like a choriocarcinoma. Urine pregnancy test was done. This was done as a part of protocol because she was a 28-year-old lady, but UPT was weak positive. Madam suspected choriocarcinoma. She advised beta HCG level, but beta HCG level was normal. But anyhow, patient had huge PV bleeding, and she had PV bleeding for a long time. She was taken up for surgery for abdominal hysterectomy. It was difficult because the lesion was very vascular and there was bleeding while doing the surgery, but somehow could be managed and did a total hysterectomy. The histopathology by a good pathologist is reported as a choriocarcinoma, but beta HCG report which was done prior to the surgery was normal. Again, the pathologist was confused because beta HCG is normal, then how can be the diagnosis will be choriocarcinoma? After a few days, they repeated a beta HCG because even if it is choriocarcinoma after surgery, beta HCG will not come to normal immediately. But repeated beta HCG test was normal. But the pathologist was very sure that it is choriocarcinoma, and she searched the literature. They found that there is something called as high hook effect, which means if a beta HCG, there is limitation for a kit. There are various kits available to diagnose beta HCG. Each kit has a limit. Suppose a kit has a limit of about 12 lakhs. If the beta HCG level is 12 lakhs, it will diagnose or it will show report only if it is less than 12 lakhs. But if it is more than 12 lakhs, the diagnosis, the beta HCG level will be reported as a normal or zero. So the diagnosis was made. Beta HCG was normal. First, USG was reported as a fibroid. Second, HPR was doubtful. HPR was first myomectomy. HPR was reported as benign chorionic tissue and with a myoma, and beta HCG was normal. But then what they did is they diluted the blood, the serum, they diluted and repeated the beta HCG, and then it was raised. So this is how a cancer can be missed. Another case, 75-year lady presented with left upper limb edema. She went to many physicians, family physicians, consultant, doctors for just a limb edema, upper limb edema for more than 2 years. Everyone given symptomatic treatment. They did after a few months they did a Doppler was showing deep vein thrombosis. She was treated for deep vein thrombosis of the upper limb. Finally, one doctor, she thought to do a examination, clinical examination of the axilla and breast, and unfortunately, she had a lesion in the breast, which was locally advanced. Biopsy, and this at this time, this was inoperable. We did a CT chest, and she had metastatic disease. She was there with the doctor for more than 2 years, but the diagnosis was missed. Patient factor, she could not pick up a lesion in her breast. Doctor's factor, they missed a lesion in the breast for not doing a clinical examination. Another case, 36-year female presented with diffuse bilateral mastalgia with a suspicious lump in the breast in the central quadrant. She came to us with a mammography done outside. Mammography was reported as a normal. This is arrow. Later we put an arrow, but overall mammography was normal. But this is how it is missed. Mammography done in a dense breast will not pick up a lesion which is malignant. So we advise to do ultrasonography. Ultrasonography picked up a lesion, and after doing a FNSC, after doing a biopsy, she had a invasive malignancy. So relying only on mammography is not sufficient. Sometimes you have to add many other investigations. Another case, 45-year lady presented with a lump in the breast. She had a benign lesion in the breast, clinically fibroadenoma. Mammography was done. Mammography, again, they reported as this is a calcified lesion and reported as a benign fibroadenoma. She presented again later with a lump in the lower quadrant, and when we did a biopsy, it was invasive malignancy. This is again because there was one lesion which was fibroadenoma, which is clinically obvious, clinically seen, a non-obvious hidden malignancy was missed. So in mammography, around 10 to 30% of the breast cancer can be missed. Again, mammography, if you want to buy a machine, the cost varies between 10 lakhs to crores. So again, depends on the machine, how good machine is. Second, depends upon the operator or the radiologist, how expert he is. What I suggest is, in a periphery, if most of the radiologists, they are good in doing ultrasonography, it is easy to for our area, it is easy to pick up malignancy by doing ultrasonography than mammography, because they are used to do ultrasonography. Again, this is a case of CA breast. This is a mammogram. Here easily anyone can diagnose it as a benign, but when we do a sonography or combined with sonography, there is a solid lesion in that cyst, and which was a malignancy. Another case, there are various cases. So what happens if we delay the diagnosis? This is reported recently about medical legal issues by for delayed diagnosis or misdiagnosis. A lady, 46-year lady, presented for screening mammography. Mammography was reported as normal. 1 year later, she came again for a screening mammography. Mammography showed a lesion. That patient, biopsy was done, found to have lesion, treated with surgery, chemotherapy, everything. That patient gone to court saying that previous mammography had a lesion, but it was missed by a radiologist. There are various 11. The delay was by 1 year. There are various research has been done to show even delay of 3 months, in diagnosis can lead to a decreased survival. This was published in Lancet in 1999. So delay in 3 months or more than 3 months may lead to decreased survival. Depending on these evidence, the court sued the radiologist for $220,000 US dollars. Now in COVID area, clinical dilemma again in COVID area, the patients they presented late because of this COVID. This was a recent survey done by our teacher, Dr. Purvish Parikh, and he said that number incidence is same, but patient presented when they present to the OPD, the incidence is reduced to 25 to 50%. One example I'll tell you how I missed the diagnosis. A 47-year lady presented with a tongue cancer in January 2020. She went excision biopsy, but outside she was operated for this lesion by doing an excision biopsy. That oral surgeon thought that it's a benign lesion and he did an excision, but HPR reported as a squamous cell carcinoma. She came to us. We did completion surgery, that is wide excision tongue with neck dissection, and in HPR there was no residual disease. Fortunately, she had a very early lesion and HPR was good, so she was kept under close follow-up. So January she was operated. March she had come to me. I'll show you. This is my OPD paper. January she was operated. March she had to come to me and she was fine. Again in May 2020 she came with single duct nipple discharge. My mind was not prepared to accept that this lady may be having a second malignancy. Single duct nipple blood stain discharge. I thought there may be some hidden lesion which may be benign. And this was in May in COVID area. What I thought was the morbidity was more while doing surgery. I thought that we'll operate you in a few months or after 1 or 2 months. I suggested microdocectomy, but I suggested that I will operate you after a few months or 1 or 2 months. Then lady came to me in August. She came to me in August with a huge lump in the breast in upper central quadrant. I was shocked. Second malignancy, tongue, breast, not at all related, but she had a lump. I did a true cut biopsy and it was malignancy. Nipple discharge, she was not having any lump, but 2-3 months later, she had huge lump. I did a PET scan. Unfortunately, she had many lymph nodes in the axilla. I operated her. Around 3 or 4 lymph nodes were positive. In May, maybe only surgery was sufficient. But in August, when I operated, she needed chemotherapy and surgery. So maybe in May, she was stage 1, but in August, she was stage 3. So I missed the diagnosis. Now, lung cancer, it's very common.
Cut it short?
Yes.
We're running out of time actually.
Okay, then what I will do is, I'll just present one last case. Cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, 66-year female, presented with fever last year, generalized weakness, consulted a physician, started with antibiotics and symptomatic treatment, not relieved, fever persisted. She was given symptomatic treatment. Again admitted in the hospital. She was under a good physician, suspected of malignancy, did all the investigations including bone marrow study. Everything was normal. Patient presented. After that, she was discharged with she got relief with the treatment with higher antibiotics. After a few days, she started developing skin rashes. She went to a skin specialist and there was erythroderma. She had leukocytosis, high eosinophil count. The skin specialist diagnosed it to as a DRESS syndrome. Started with steroids. With steroids, most of the malignancy they get some relief. The patient will feel better. But again, she had persistent skin lesions with persistent eosinophilia. She consulted a hematologist 2 times in December 2019, but she was not relieved. So she was there with a specialist for many months, but she was missed. Patient's son gave history to the specialist that patient's mother had a skin cancer in the past and she had died of skin cancer. Then the consultant advised PET scan. When they did a PET scan, she was having multiple uptake in the lymph nodes, and they did a skin biopsy, and skin biopsy was cutaneous T-cell lymphoma. So even it can be missed by a specialist. What we should be very careful if a patient present to you many times or 2 or 3 times for a persistent symptoms. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer if there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Fahim. Wonderful presentation. Means an eye-opener ki how someone can miss the pregnancy, even a surgeon, and how the important is a clinical examination that we have been taught since many years. So as we are already running at the time, probably will not take any questions. We'll come to the last talk of this session. It is the pre-recorded talk of Dr. Satish Kadilkar. So before we go, I will request Chirag. So please present a memento for Dr. Fahim Goliwale. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. Thank you, Mulay. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Dr. Fahim, to be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go to our next talk. Dr. Nihar will just introduce Dr. Satish Kadilkar. He is not here presently, but he has sent his talk in a recorded. Dr. Nihar, please go ahead.
Our last eminent speaker for the day is Dr. Satish Khadilkar. He has done his MD, DM, DNB, FIN, FRCP, FAMS, and FRCP London. He is a professor and head of Department of Neurology, Grand Medical College, Mumbai. He is also a consultant neurologist at Bombay Hospital. He has many national and international publications and articles to his name. He has been awarded with Netaji Oration Award, Presidential Oration by Maharashtra Association of Neurology, Anusaya Tally Oration Award. He was a past president of the Indian Academy of Neurology. I request sir to start with this presentation.
Yes, start Chirag. You can start.
Given me his pitfalls in clinical neurology.
Is it audible?
I would actually like to thank him.
Yes, clearly.
Asking me to be here and to do this presentation. So, I'm going to take a case base and I'll take you through 7 cases to elucidate 7 different pitfalls. So, case 1. This 18-year-old girl came from Uttar Pradesh with a 3-year history of unresponsive spells 4 to 5 times every day, which had started after marriage, where she would fall, she would become unresponsive. In a few minutes, she would rapidly become normal. So the setting was such that a young girl, a disease going on for 3 years, started after marriage, multiple episodes of unresponsiveness, and I actually thought that this is a functional disease. Her pulse was regular, 78 a minute, blood pressure was okay, and her clinical neurology was normal. She came with a CT scan and an EEG, which was normal. So I actually thought this is functional, and I just sort of wanted to prescribe some simple medicines. But the husband said, you please admit her and you work her up. So we admitted her. She got 2 events in the ward on the first day, but by the time the nurse went to see her, she was normal. We processed a new EEG, we processed an MRI, which were both normal. So a cardiology consult was processed, and as it happened, the attack occurred in presence of the cardiologist, Dr. Kalyan Iyer, whom some of you will know, and you know how meticulous he is. And to cut a long story short, what he recorded was actually torsade de pontis. So this was actually a case where the girl was having a ventricular tachyarrhythmia for 3 years, many times a day, and looking at the historical features, I made up my mind. So the lesson 1 was prejudice. I made up my mind too quickly. Young girl, symptoms after marriage, many times a day, 3 years, and I just thought that this should be functional, but actually it turned out to be a life-threatening disease. So I think the first pitfall in medicine that I want to tell you about is prejudice. We often make up our minds too quickly, and based on things that do not link with the case. They may link with the social circumstances, they may link with non-medical things. For those who are early on in medicine, just to say, the differential diagnosis of episodic neurological dysfunction is epilepsy, syncope, migraine, and TIAs. Syncopes are most common, followed by epilepsy. Right. So I think we use all our intelligence, but we have our beliefs, and we so often go by beliefs. And beliefs do not necessarily have evidence. And like Arthur Conan Doyle has said, intelligence is slave to beliefs. So we have to base our facts on the evidence, not on our beliefs. Second case, this is an 18-year-old boy who is a member of a dance troupe, very well-known dance troupe. He was with friends, slept at 1 a.m. at a friend's house, probably had taken marijuana. 6 a.m. he was found unconscious. He had a left hemiplegia. He had a severe brain swelling, which required decompression. And you can see here how large the infarct was. The boy was comatose for 11 days, gradually became a little better in sensorium, but he had a dense flaccid hemiplegia. And I think 2 or 2.5 months down the line, this is the scan. You see that half of the brain has been liquefied, is replaced by a CSF-like structure. The fontanelle has sunken. And I looked at this scan and I said, oh God, this is very severe. This boy developed hyponatremia in his second admission. Hypernatremia. The treatment of which led to a big brain swelling, as you can see. He again became comatose. And at the end of 3 months, he was barely understanding what was being said to him. There was a Ryan's tube, there was a catheter, there was a total hemiplegia, and there was a bed sore. So, long-term disability and limited success was projected. But the mother refused to believe that the son cannot be revived. And apparently she got dreams to that effect. So the patient got transferred back again under my care. And I thought that the young man may never survive, may never do very well. But I couldn't convince the mother. So after a lot of discussion, we involved a rehabilitation specialist. We took expert help and we embarked on the process of rehabilitation. And 3 months later, the boy was able to walk, speak, and meaningfully interact in spite of that absolutely terrible MRI. So what's the lesson? So often in chronic diseases, we let go. We let go when we think that the situations are seemingly adverse. Some of them will improve, maybe naturally, maybe the way they're destined, and with medical efforts. And again, for those who are young, these are the cases that will make up your reputation. Out of the 10 that are hopeless, you fight for everyone, one will survive. So don't let go, fight for everyone. An aphorism at the bottom of the slide, a doctor's reputation is made by the number of important men who die under his care. Case 3. This was a 59-year-old tax consultant, diabetic, hypertensive, and hypothyroid. He developed giddy spells, 3 days duration. They were brief. There was a sense of rotation. It was associated with nausea and vomiting, and there was limb tightening. You know, giddiness is one symptom where patients really interpret it so freely that you have to take your time out to understand what they mean by the giddiness. And look at the bottom of the slide. No one interpreted law as freely as lawyers or a patient his symptoms. So this was a patient with that famous symptom of giddiness. So he saw the family doctor. Family doctor said, you've got vertigo, take Stemetil, you will be all right. He was not better. Then he did an X-ray. And he said, you may have a spondylosis. The X-ray showed spondylosis. He said, look, I told you that this was spondylosis. So you wear a collar. So the patient wore a collar. He was still keen. Then the family doctor said, look, it's not going away. You see an ENT doctor. So he saw an ENT doctor. His ear was cleaned, audiometry was done, medicines were changed, but the symptoms continued. In the next 1 or 2 events, his eyesight also started to give trouble. So the problem was increasing. So the family doctor suggested, rightly so, that he should see a neurologist. As you know, neurologists are all very busy and couldn't give an appointment for a week. So in the meantime, family members thought that homeopathy should be tried. So he was tried on homeopathy. And then it happened. He suddenly became unconscious. He became quadriplegic. He had to be admitted. And as you can see on the top right frame of your slide, he had a basilar artery occlusion and very large infarcts. Now this is a very common story. And there is a problem here, which is a pitfall and a learning lesson. We are all taught that common things are common. And when it comes to vertigo, benign positional vertigo and non-specific vertiginous phenomena are the most common. 99% of the times, your patient will get better by whatever you give, because they're simple diseases, they're self-limiting diseases. We are also taught that, look, you must know the common things, you must treat the common things, and you shouldn't investigate too much. But very frankly, as practitioners, what should we be looking at? We should actually be looking at the most dangerous disease causing the symptom. So if you approach it in that manner, you will say, oh, the most dangerous disease that can cause vertigo is a basilar artery occlusion. And exclude it so that your patient won't die. Then you can go with the nomenclature, you can go with the other things. So this is a pitfall of the way our training is. While common things are common, uncommon things also should not be missed. So I think as practitioners, while we ought to know what is common and we ought to treat what is common, we should also keep in mind which is the most dangerous disease giving this symptom, and we shouldn't miss it, even if it means slightly over-investigating. Because that one patient who will suffer, you will never forgive yourself. And to try and place these things better, you have to understand the red flags. So again, for the physicians in the crowd, red flags in vertigo. Vertigo is such a common symptom. Persistent vertigo, vertigo accompanied with other neurological symptoms like diplopia, dysarthria, ataxia. And also be aware that a lot of other things are called vertigo, example being postural hypotension. So the clinician's dilemma in the lesson 3 is, while you know that common things are common, you have to do appropriate investigations to pick up the uncommon ones as well. And case 4. I was looking after a child who used to get frequent falls, difficulty in running, and arising from ground since the age of 5 years. His CK was 19,000, EMG was myopathic, and as you have guessed by now, the patient had a Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which was genetically proven. The child also had café au lait spots on the body. I didn't know why these were there. Duchenne muscular dystrophy shouldn't have it, but the child was there, going on with me. 6 months he was being following up. A very, very observant mother, and every time she'll make relevant observations, and things were going on. Now, interestingly, the mother remarried, had a child with the second marriage, and the child had Down syndrome. So all her attention was diverted to the second child, and the first child was feeling neglected. Now this child the Duchenne child started snoring and keeping the mouth open, but not much attention could be given because there was another one with the Down syndrome. For the snoring and keeping the mouth open, they saw the ENT surgeon who found enlarged tonsils. He gave medical therapy which didn't work, and he said, okay, I will need to remove these tonsils. So they saw me that your patient requires this, and please give us preoperative fitness. I thought that since the child is going to go under GA and there are these cafe au lait spots, let me ask for an MRI. And the next thing I know is that I get a call from the mother that the child has a dangerous type of encephalitis and is admitted to local hospital and is being given dexamethasone and acyclovir. I spoke to the doctor and he said that the child looks okay, but the MRI is not looking okay at all. And therefore I've admitted and I have done everything. I went back to the mother and said, what happened to the child? She said, nothing has happened to the child, but the MRI shows this encephalitis and therefore we are doing all this. So look at this MRI. The MRI actually shows a myelination change, which is sometimes seen in neurofibromatosis. The cafe au lait spots actually were markers of neurofibromatosis. Now, what is the problem? The reporting radiologist was in Chennai. Patient was in Ghatkopar. I was in Marine Lines. So when I phoned the doctor, he said, look, no clinical details came with the patient. Only an MRI came. So this case illustrates two problems. One is a lack of coordination, which happens so often in our clinical practice nowadays, that we are placed in various places. Sometimes, as happened in this case, the radiologist was reporting from another town, and he must be, God knows, reporting how many in a day. And second, is over-reliance on tests. Okay, the MRI looks unusual, but nothing has happened to the child. So why are we rushing? So I think that's pitfall number 4, over-reliance on tests and the lack of coordination. Both are very relevant in today's time. Now, case 5 is very interesting. This 41-year-old journalist saw me for intermittent left ptosis, which she thought was due to myasthenia. Now, you see, everyone these days is very well read. Sometimes your patients are better read than you are. And she told me, I've read everything about myasthenia and everything fits. So I've got myasthenia and I would like to get tested. So I must say, when this lady came to me, I was young in practice. So even though I understood something doesn't seem to be right, I got an ACHR antibody done, a decrement done, a neostigmine test done. ACHR was negative, decrement was negative, neostigmine test was positive. So she believed she had myasthenia. I didn't know what I believed in. Once she came to the casualty of Shushrush Hospital where I practiced at that time, and she said, I am in crisis. She was breathless. So luckily I lived nearby. So I went and saw her. She was panting. So I very quietly gave normal saline injection and she became better. I didn't tell her, I didn't tell anyone, but I knew my diagnosis that this is not myasthenia gravis. She was very grateful, but she was very afraid that things may take a wrong turn and wanted a second opinion. So she went to a very senior neurologist, who also doubted the diagnosis. And he sent up to the registrar and said, see what happens to the doses by giving a placebo. And the placebo worked. But the young trainee neurologist didn't know that he's not supposed to tell the patient. So he said, I've given you saline. And that led to a big drama. Who allowed you to do that? And what are you doing? And she came back to me furious and said, I'm going to follow up with you as you understand my problem. And they don't seem to understand my problem. In fact, we are all understanding the same things. Subsequently, I got her tested again. 2 occasions the test came negative. Now she wanted thymectomy. And she said, I have identified a surgeon in Australia and I want that person to get me operated. I've spoken to him. You please send a summary. Now, I didn't even think that she has myasthenia. Now, what to do? So I was just batting along, gaining more time. And she said, you know, I'm not afraid of surgeries. I've had 11 of them. And then the penny dropped. Why have you had 11 surgeries? So there's an umbilical hernia, and there is this, and there is that. And it was probably Munchausen syndrome. All right, so I knew more now that there's nothing to worry. Very interestingly, she then started working with the Myasthenia Foundation that I used to run at that time. And she would sort of give a lecture and say, look, myasthenics can do well. And then she had an accident. In the accident, she required surgery. And no hospital would take her because she was a myasthenic. So she came to us in Bombay Hospital. And obviously, she didn't have a problem. She underwent a surgery. She remained well for a long time. She understood that because of the myasthenia, so much trouble comes. And then the myasthenia became better. 6 years later, see the story. 6 years later, she came again with diplopia and ptosis, and there was pain in the eyeball. And when I saw her, I knew that there is something else going on here. There was a proptosis, the eye was red, and to cut a long story short, it turned out to be a lymphoma. So please see this story. There is brain and there is mind, and we are always dealing with diseases that we don't know they're of the brain or they are of the mind. They can be difficult to differentiate. Well-known definable diseases of the brain from those unfathomable ones of the mind. Also remember that the division is arbitrary, and every time a new symptom comes, please exclude all the organic conditions. Like the last time, we could have been fooled into thinking that this is functional, but it actually was something that required urgent attention. So lesson 5 is brain and mind. Case 6. A 22-year-old man walked into my consulting room with obvious scissoring gait. Adductors very active, scissoring gait. And neurologists are taught that as the patient comes into your room, you have to start thinking. So I was already thinking and working towards a diagnosis of spastic syndrome, hereditary spastic syndrome. So he came in, sat down, I said, oh, okay, so how long have you had this problem? He said, many years. And not me, but my father and uncle also have this. It's in my family, you see. So I was very, very happy that I arrived at a diagnosis very quickly, which is a rare diagnosis. I went through the motions of examination, confirmed the spasticity, and prescribed him antispastic drugs. So then he said, doctor, I know that I have this, but I'm here because I have now developed headaches. He knew that he had HSP. I was very happy that I diagnosed HSP, but the reason why the boy came to see me was for his headaches. So what's the lesson? The lesson is that the diagnostician in us is too active. We're very happy and enamored by the diagnostic process. The rarer the diagnosis, the more happy we are to make it. But this boy, like this boy, came for a simple headache. Our actual job is to manage common conditions well and give relief to the distressed bodies and minds with our medicine and words. His headaches actually required very simple thing. So this dichotomy of our minds between the diagnostician and therapeutician is the source of errors and unhappiness to us and our patients. See, I'm making many points on which you will actually need to introspect and think. But in a short lecture like this, you have to make them fast. So I'm going one after the other. And lastly, I'll come to the scenario 7. A 19-year-old boy, the only child of his parents, got admitted under my care at Bombay Hospital, having suffered a severe herpes encephalitis. We got onto the diagnosis quickly. We started the treatment immediately. We used whatever we could use, and fully. The parents cooperated, they trusted, and we thought we did a good job. The parents thought we did a good job, but as luck would have it, the boy deteriorated in spite of all that I could do. And the boy was not doing well. As the boy was not doing well, I found that I was taking my rounds more frequently. I was spending a longer time. I was going over everything, to the extent that the third-year residents started asking me, sir, what's wrong? Why are you spending so much time? We've done everything here. I said, look, Baba, this boy will die. So she said, sir, but there's so many others who are also ill. But about this boy, I started spending more and more time. The boy got worse and worse. I spent more and more time. I kept rerunning the sequence of my therapy plan in my mind. Should I have done this? Should I have done that? Should I have done this before? Should I have done anything differently? The parents said, Doctor, you're doing well. You just continue to do what you're doing. But I felt miserable when the boy died. The parents actually gave me a thank you card. When a patient dies and parents give you a thank you card, that means that you've done something. But it was no solace to me. And it really took me a few weeks before I started feeling comfortable again. I would think, look, this is a single child. What are they going to do now? How will the family cope up with this? I was practically leading their life. So the seventh lesson is we have to understand the boundaries of medicine. This is actually one of the most important pitfalls. The more sensitive you are, the more dedicated you are, the more caring you are, the more well-meaning you are, better you are for the patient, and worse are you for yourself. While you have to be an effective practitioner, you have to do your best for the person in front of you. You cannot let that be your life, because that sort of attachment destroys your well-being, and as a result, destroys your capacity to treat them well. So I think the last lesson, again, like I said, I'm going over many important things, one after the other. Please introspect and see later on. The way to practice medicine effectively and accurately and still keep your cool is a detached attachment, which comes with seniority, which comes with practice, which comes with attitude, which comes with spirituality. And I think therefore, very often you will find senior physicians being better than junior physicians, not because they know well, but they know how to handle themselves very well. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for asking me to be here. I've given you 7 pitfalls. Some of them will make you think about the way you practice. Some of them will make you think about the philosophy of medicine. And if there are any questions on that, I would be happy to answer them as and when possible. I would again like to thank Shirish, who is a very good friend of mine, for asking me to be here. And I absolutely enjoyed preparing this lecture. And I will leave you with this message. These are 2 Tibetan monks. The one is asking the teacher, oh master, is it proper for a monk to use an email? Sure, as long as there are no attachments. So friends, detachment. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would have loved to hear you here on the platform, on the live. Could have been more interactive, but thanks a lot for this wonderful talk. With this talk, we'll conclude our second day. Chirag, I will request you to please present him our e-memento. Yes, thank you so much. So, guys, hope you enjoyed this extravaganza, multifaceted academic feast today. Quite exhaustive, I know, but it's a Saturday night. So please enjoy your Saturday night. And tomorrow, please be at sharp 9 a.m. We'll be starting our scientific session at sharp 9 a.m. So bye-bye, Shabba Khair, and enjoy your Saturday night. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Bye-bye, take care.